Ahoy hoy! I am Plannerwalk and welcome to another open debate. And yes, I have titled this one, This Might Be a Mistake, because it might be a mistake. We are probably going to hear some really bad takes. And by God, I mean really bad takes. So, how's it going? I've got Glober Mum in the chat. So yeah. Because one of the people that I think will come on, or at least they said they'll come on, they seem to be really bad sometimes what's coming on, is Skeptic. They'll probably come... Here's what's probably going to happen. It's probably going to... In an hour, they'll probably end up coming on and chatting, and it will be bad. I can tell now that it will be bad. Just from the messages that were sent, it's going to be really bad takes. So, oh, Hugh Jarsz. Greetings and salutations to you too. Oh yeah, and if anyone wants to come on and discuss something with me, there is a link in the description to Discord. All you have to do is join the debate lobby, and I'll drag you into the stream debate. Granted that I'm not going head to head with someone already. Although I do prefer to have people that are in opposition to me rather than people that just simply agree with me all the time. Because, you know, it's not really a debate if everyone agrees with you. I haven't been streaming since last year, so, you know, it's no surprise that no one's seen me since last year, so, you know. Actually, forget about last year, last decade. You know, last time I was streaming was last decade, so, you know, that's a long time. Gotta get back into this shit. So, you know. So, yeah. So, talking about really bad takes. I'm not sure if I should spoil what Skeptic sent me. Because I kinda... Yeah, I'll let it be a surprise because I don't want to I don't want to go into it until he's here. Oh, his actual name is Why You Are an Idiot, and by God, he is an idiot. So you know, we'll wait until. We've also got M.C.Nutkin in the chat.
Howdy, howdy.
So, whilst we're waiting, we might go on about some international news.
Alrighty.
Because there was that drone strike that happened, right?
You mean what? The, assassination?
Yeah.
Or is this something different? That was... that could have been a hypersonic missile. That was likely an example of hypersonic missile technology.
Ah, okay. When it comes...
It wasn't a drone.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, well, most people are saying, oh, it was a drone strike, so that's the... Like, everybody on Twitter, I think it is. Like, if I just go to Twitter, for example... Twitter.com/home...
The only thing Twitter is good at is getting people to use the hashtag, yet not understanding how many different ways that hashtag can be used. All right.
Okay, let's hope that Let's hope that OBS followed the right window.
It was an air raid. It was a missile.
Okay. Don't you just love having to log into Twitter every time?
Oh, I don't know. I think I have made 2 or 3 tweets in my life.
Here we go. Oh jeez, we're gonna have to use light mode. I do not like using light mode. Where's the So we've got World War Three is trending. And it's mostly just memes, so... when you go onto Twitter to find news about World War Three and everyone's just posting memes. Good job. Good job, Internet.
Well, I mean, Australia is literally in a state of apocalypse. It cannot be described any other way.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's the amount of detachment of people. Man, I've been having a really tough time dealing with the people around me and their dedication to detachment. Just it's been a big struggle.
So NPR, apparently NPR said it was a drone strike on Soleimani. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. But when it comes to the Australian bushfires, that's that's one big topic there. Like, when it comes, I'm not gonna lie. The other day, this was okay. It wasn't quite this bad, but I was wondering, geez, why is it so orange outside? It's like midday, and like my room was orange, and I was like,
yeah.
And this is because apparently, if you look on the Himawari satellite, there was actually there was a lot of smoke from the bushfires that was blowing over to New Zealand, and that's why it was. And that's why outside it was just completely orange. I was like wondering, and I found it out later that day. So it's pretty scary what's going on there.
The smoke cloud was the size of Europe.
Oh, jeez. No wonder it was so orange. You see, I didn't think that you'd have that much smoke blowing over.
Well, I mean, we're talking about likely 12 million hectares of land. So I have lived in fire areas my whole life. The mountains constantly caught fire in my hometown. At least once or twice a year, there would be some sort of major destruction. I kind of lived it. And it is just... Fire is still the most destructive force man completely underestimates. Fire is no joke.
Yeah. I do like some of the memes that have come out of this. For example, there was actually a hashtag on Twitter recently, Koala Killer.
Mm-hmm.
And it was talking about Gladys Berejiklian, who apparently cut funding or cut a lot of the fire departments down recently, and saying that this has nothing to do with climate change. And there are some people that say, there are a couple of people that are saying that it has nothing to do with climate change. I'd have to look into it a bit more to see how related to climate change it is. But I'd say that probably the biggest...
Everything that is occurring in Australia is human created. Whether or not it is linked to whatever is technically going into the atmosphere, it is a product of mismanagement of resources, it is a product of government corruption, and it is a product of mismanagement of media, as well as one of the strangest voting systems that I have ever heard of.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, I'm just going to say hi to Bob the Science Guy. How's it going, Bob? What I was going to say there is, Yeah, it's definitely human. It's definitely because of human impact. I'm not gonna deny that, because when it comes to, I think some other years they've had bigger fire departments to deal with this thing. If they had a bigger fire department right now, then they'd be able to deal with it a lot more easily. So that's my opinion on it.
From my experience with fires, the only way to control fires is to keep them going. Essentially, it's controlled burning.
Well, isn't
That is
that
by far the best way to deal with fires of any kind. And that is something that I was around frequently in Colorado.
hmm, when it comes?
Farmers did a ton of control burning. Very, very common.
Well, essentially, the idea behind controlled burning is to basically burn an area that the fire is heading into to stop it so that by the time the fire gets there, it's burnt out, and so the fire has no fuel to continue. At least that's what I can tell from what I've looked into.
Yes, bushfires burn until there is nothing left to burn.
Hmm.
That's it. That's their only rule. They burn until there is no more fuel.
Yeah.
And so you must protect the fuel, basically, and control it.
Yeah.
And another severe issue that was that Australia sent a good portion of their wildfire control to California
Oh, okay.
as a show of good faith after our government decided to basically abandon the state.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it was a weird political situation that indirectly affected Australia.
And Hugh Jarsz in the chat said, "No, controlled burning happens long before bushfire season, when you can more easily control the burn."
I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah.
the only way to control fire is through controlled burning.
Yeah.
Fires burn until there's nothing left to burn. And yeah, it's just obviously I have lived in areas that have severely neglected their entire ecosystem that actually requires burning to survive.
Okay.
The main reason that my state had so many issues with wildfires was because my entire life has been under drought restriction in that state. Recently, I think it may have changed,
Okay.
as well as absolute preservation of large grasslands where the controlled burning needed to happen, or in forest areas where it naturally needed to burn to replenish the forest.
Yeah.
It's
Essentially,
neglect. It's
yes.
neglect. It is our personal neglect.
Yeah.
What we are experiencing right now is nature giving a huge middle finger to the human species.
Yeah.
Is what's happening.
I'm just reading what Hugh Jarsz said in chat, and he says, "You're not going to light another fire when the conditions that led to the fire you are fighting are still in effect." And yeah, I see where he's coming from with that. So yeah, I can completely understand.
This is decades of mismanagement.
Yeah.
This isn't a single year issue. This is decades of mismanagement of resources that have stripped Australia of natural water, have not replenished the water basin, have killed most of the Great Barrier Reef, have infected the entire ecosystem with nitrogen that is literally causing the destruction of the ecosystem.
Yeah, there's that what is it? I can't remember that river. There's a particular river that had because it had not enough water in it, and this can be directly linked to policies allowing certain farmers to take more water than what Well, technically it's actually illegal for them to take more water, but the government hasn't actually done anything about it. I think it was something
There's a
Darling.
difference between something that is illegal and something where someone will be held accountable.
Something.
And if no one is held accountable, then it doesn't matter then legality is irrelevant.
Is it just the Darling River? Okay. Yeah, the Darling River is the third longest river in Australia, measuring 1,427 kilometres from its source in... Oh, the Murray-Darling River is what I've... to its confluence with the Murray River at Wentworth, New South Wales, including its longest contiguous tributaries. It is 2,844 kilometres long, making it the longest river system in Australia. That's what it is, the Murray-Darling. Or at least that's
Just
what I've heard it being
years of
called.
mismanagement of resources. Just years and years.
Yeah, I've heard about that, and there's... Okay, so the Darling flows from Queensland to Victoria, where it comes to Murray. Okay. So yeah, that's definitely got to do with some, because I've heard people look into it, and basically it comes right down to mismanagement and farmers taking, I think it was cotton farmers or something, taking more water than what they're allowed, because I'm pretty sure there's a certain quota, and yeah, when it comes to particular quotas, if you go over it, well, the quotas are in place to protect things like that, and if you go over it, then bad things happen, like what has happened.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
pretty much. Good. I thought I just soft-locked my game.
Someone says, "Please no Flat Earth Aussie Jesus." I actually wonder how Flat Earth Aussie Jesus is dealing with these bushfires. I reckon.
Honestly, he should look for that mythical infinite area he's convinced exists. That's where I'd totally be going. That's where I'd be going. Yeah. Not kidding.
When it comes to Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, I actually feel like he would be... I feel like he would be here agreeing with us. You know, I don't agree with Flat Earth Aussie Jesus on many things, but I feel like he would agree on the whole bushfire situation. So, you know. Oh... One person said I might have tried to enter the Sun portal. Maybe that's where Flat Earth Aussie Jesus has gone. I haven't seen him in a while, so you know. gone through the Sun portal. He might have been in the chat last week, I'm not sure. Wait, are you aware that he now says that he doesn't have a brain tumour? I'm not aware of that. Are you aware of that? Flat Earth Aussie Jesus is saying that he doesn't have a brain tumour. No.
Good.
If the Earth was flat, you'd see the fire and smoke. On a globe Earth, only the smoke. Yeah, like if I look out to the horizon, I see no fire or smoke. So, you know. Oh, in the picture, you know. Yeah, Flat Earth Aussie Jesus says a lot of things. He's sometimes fun to talk to. But sometimes he can be crazy. Wait, how many times have we said how many times have I said his name?
Enough to summon him.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a window.
Yeah.
And it looks out quite a fair bit. So when I was the other day, I think it was New Year's Day actually. Yeah, it would have been New Year's Day. It was just completely orange outside. It looked a lot like this photo. Not quite as bad as this, as I said. I should have taken a photo of the sky because I didn't actually know what it was from when I was looking outside. I was like, "Oh, that's very orange. That's very strange." And then I found out that it was the whole thing with the bushfires, because I had heard. Oh, I see no sheep. I'm in more of a city area. I see a lot of roofs and rust. Particularly rusted roofs. But yeah, when it comes to the bushfires, people have been saying, "Oh, there's been a lot of smog coming over from the bushfires," and I haven't really noticed it that much. But the other day, you could notice it, even if you were, I don't know, even if you were colorblind, you would notice it. You'd notice that there's something wrong. And I am slightly colorblind, just not.
I've been there. It's terrifying. It's actually terrifying. Just that is. I see absolutely 100% preventable.
Yeah, one person did say that it's funny how we track the fires with the Himawari satellite if Earth is flat, and it's like, yeah, it is rather funny. Because if I... wait, where's New Zealand on this? Plot shorelines. Because that looks like there's another wave of orange stuff heading towards New Zealand. Okay, plot shorelines.
You are...
Yeah, it looks like we've got some more... Yeah, it looks like we've got some more smog heading over to, or some more smog heading over to New Zealand by the looks of this. So, I mean, hey, if we end up seeing this in New Zealand, then Earth is definitely a globe. You know, because
it's just like.
And we could also probably make predictions.
Globe flat. I mean, shit's on fire and it's not going out. I mean,
yeah,
that's really the issue. It's there. It's undeniable, and it's killing people.
Okay, how fast is that moving towards New Zealand? It doesn't. Okay, it doesn't actually appear to be moving directly towards New Zealand, so it might miss us. It's on Subarat's map, but the wrong place. It appears to be moving north, so these places will probably get the brunt of it, but you know. And yeah, Hugh Jarsz is saying that that Australia is a 4-hour plane ride, and isn't it more like 3 hours? I mean, I was on a plane and it took 1 hour to go to Christchurch and 4 hours to go to Australia. When I went over to Australia last year, at least from what I can remember. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's only 4 hours. I could be wrong on that. Or only 3 hours to go over, I mean.
4 hours in the United States by plane would probably be San Francisco to probably Cleveland, somewhere along those lines. So it'd be more than halfway across the U.S.
Well, Hugh Jarsz did say, so that's 4 hours. I mean, if I just wanted to fly, if I was in Christchurch, I could just, you know, or if I was in Christchurch or Auckland, I could have just flown directly to Australia. It would have only taken 3 hours. In fact, I'm pretty sure it would have been, I might be wrong, but it might have been hold on. I'm not actually sure. Might have been, because I'm pretty sure I flew to there, so...
Howdy!
Oh, ahoy hoy! I did not expect... And you are very loud compared to MC.Nutkin.
I am?
Yeah, I've got you on
Well-
100% and MC.Nutkin's on 100%. I'll turn MC.Nutkin up. And I'm going to turn my personal volume down. So yeah, we're talking about the bushfires and all that, and how the Himawari satellite can be shown to blow the Himawari satellite can be shown that the smoke is blowing towards New Zealand, and it seemed, as I said earlier, it seems to be following a northerly path, but you know, or maybe Sammy's loud compared to me. I'm not sure. I'll turn you down.
I don't know either. I cannot hear you now.
Oh, I was just turning you down a bit.
Oh.
Yeah. I might have to turn you back up to 70 or 80 because Discord is changing a few things, making the volume slider better. Because I remember how you had to turn people down to, oh, much louder than me. Okay.
Apparently, I'm just deafening your audience.
Yes. Apparently so. I'll try and get it. Let me know if what she's at is good. Otherwise, okay, that's better.
Can you guys hear me chewing? Because I'm eating chocolate.
Maybe a little
That's
bit.
a good idea.
1 minute debunk is deaf now. Creaky says it's better. One person says Creaky says it's better to vape, and I do think that vaping is better than smoking. I'm waiting for the bad take to get here, because I want to hear the worst take ever. Well, Stephen said, just got here, who's winning? Unfortunately, the person that I was wanting to debate hasn't arrived. Oh, and Sammy Jenkins says, another Sammy.
Yeah, except my Sammy, my name, is spelled with an I-E instead of a Y.
Yeah, and Hugh Jarsz wants to know, did you bring some for everyone?
No, I only brought half a pound.
Oh, okay.
That's a quarter kilogram, to clarify.
I am disappointed. Okay, one person says, is that Baldy Cats in the background? In my background, or... Oh! No, that's in Sammy's background, I think. There was a cat meowing.
What is? There was?
Yeah. Or maybe it's... I'm pretty sure I heard a... Okay, so
what?
1 minute. So 1 minute debunk says, "What kind of bad take do you want?" I mean, any bad take that I can rip into is a good take for me to rip into.
Okay.
So you know.
Here's a bad take I've seen on Twitter a lot.
Okay.
The bad take is PewDiePie deserved to be robbed.
Yeah, that's a bad take. Yeah, no one deserves.
Well, everybody knows that.
I mean, did he have a sign outside his house saying, please rob me? I mean, and unlock the door and say, hey guys, come on in, take my stereo? Because, yeah, I mean, that would work, but any other way, yeah.
I figured out why you guys hear meowing. The cat wants outside. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Meow.
Like, I don't think that people inherently deserve to be robbed. Even if you are fucking Jeff Bezos, right? I don't think you deserve to be robbed. Text, yes. But not robbed.
I'll agree with that.
And people may... You'll get the ANCAPs going, what's the difference? And it's like... Taxation... The difference between taxation and robbing someone is taxation is taking money, where wealth, in particular, whereas robbing will take personal items, and if you've got a diamond ring, you might give someone a diamond ring as a sentimental gift, or might be because people give diamond rings to marry them all the time, for marriage. So if someone steals something like that,
when you pay taxes, you get benefits. When
Yeah.
you are robbed, you have your property taken.
yeah,
Yeah, as well as the fact you don't feel safe anymore. Like, your home is supposed to be your sanctuary, right? Well, if somebody breaks in, that's like someone literally bursting your bubble and taking things away from you that they shouldn't have. It makes you feel like this isn't fair, and it's not fair. It's just like you shouldn't have to live in fear in your own home.
yeah. Like Ivy Blanket-Ship just said, taxation usually results in the benefit of some government actions. And so if
Always does. Always does. Always does.
So if the government,
Always.
unless you're North Korea or something,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, Kim Jong-un is benefiting. So governments are designed to manage resources for the benefit of citizens. The question has always been, what is a citizen?
I'd also like to add that, even though the government tries to benefit us, sometimes it doesn't really do that great. Like, there's this one song lyric. I forgot the song lyric, but basically it was about some guy like driving on the road, and he was trying to avoid the holes so that he wouldn't wake up his girlfriend. And he was mad that the government didn't fill the holes with more cement using the taxes that he paid.
I will agree that there is mismanagement quite often, but for the majority of governments, at least from what I know of, it might not be the majority of the governments, but for the majority of governments, I'm pretty sure they try to work for the people, or at least half work for the people. Some of them do try and work for, like, if you look at governments like in America, you've got them working for some of the upper class, but you've got some of the governments over there being like, well, what if we have some of these social safety nets? So,
right now, the biggest problem in American politics was started in 2009, and it was completely preventable. And it would have, the amount of campaign spending since 2009 is beyond the definition of the word gross. The amount of money that is wasted on advertising and fundraisers and useless material goods is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. It is beyond gross. It is just, and it is all thanks to Justice Kennedy. All thanks to Justice Kennedy. And one of the most unusual situations where the Supreme Court Chief Justice was overruled by the junior justice.
Okay.
Yeah, it is so unbelievably messed up. That case created absolute unfettered corporate spending in elections. Without that ruling, this amount of funding would be absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible.
One person says, we were robbed when I was younger. Took mum's wedding rings as well as her mother's wedding rings that were family heirlooms. And so, like...
I was robbed by my childhood friend.
Oh, sorry.
My house was burglarized by my childhood friend.
Luckily, I only had my bike stolen. It was a shitty bike.
There was like $6,000 in stuff that was stolen, including a bunch of irreplaceable baseball cards.
Oh, okay.
And I was also robbed 2 years ago. I had all my stolen.
In fact, the reason why I hadn't until recently, the reason why I hadn't played Magic in a while was because the friend who stole my bike actually. There's a card called Lotus Cobra, right?
Yeah, that thing. I love that one.
Yeah, he ripped my Lotus Cobra.
Bastard.
And that was a mythic rare card, and it was worth like $40. So yeah.
Lotus Cobra was amazing. I love that card.
Yeah, I can't remember what it does. It was back in Zendikar. I remember that much.
It was
Let me see. Lotus.
I remember it was Landfall. Yeah.
Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you may add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. So yeah, understandable as to why it was quite powerful. Like, have 4 if you're running 4 of them in your deck.
You always run 4 of those.
One person
If
says
you have them
loud
in your
typing,
deck, you
Sammy.
run 4.
Sorry, I'll leave.
Don't worry. Just
No, it's I'm gonna keep typing. I don't want to bother you guys because I'm not really
if you have push to talk
contributing
on.
anything.
I was just saying, if you have push to talk on, you can.
I don't feel like turning it on. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Later, guys.
Be
Okay,
safe.
that's it. 1 minute debunk says, OMG, think that's bad? One time this jerk from school class ripped up my grandpa's blue eyes white dragon. Now, wasn't it this... I'm pretty sure when it comes to that blue eyes white dragon... I'm pretty sure it was some guy that run a game company. Just, went and faced your grandpa and then ripped up his blue eyes white dragon.
That's brutal.
How and Colin is saying, how many does he run on his deck? Planner. What do you mean? Yeah, weirdly deep voice for a high school. Mute or push to talk. Oh, well, she left anyway, so, And... I think that's an ambulance. Pretty sure it was an ambulance. Oh, so, apparently there's a chat that I missed out on. Because Hugh Jarsz said about something the voters are, they keep voting for politicians, it only encourages them. Yeah, I miss what they're saying. They're coming for me. Yes, exactly. Wait, why would an ambulance be coming for me?
Not usually for reasons that are good for your survival. So, hopefully it's not.
Yeah. But I want to know if 1 minute debunk had a bad take. The people in the white coats are coming. Yes.
No, they don't come they don't come sirens blaring.
Men in white coats took him away, and as I left, I thought I heard them say, "Chemtrails on Earth, chemtrails on Venus, they come out of a plane and out of my penis."
Oh my.
Okay. Well, 1 minute debunk. If you've got nothing but bad takes, why don't you jump on stream and give us some bad takes so we can... They will often use an ambulance so they can sedate you. Well, fair enough, That's... I mean, that's actually a good plan. Come in an ambulance, they will probably have a trolley to, carry me into the ambulance with, make it look like I was in some kind of accident. They sedate me, put me in a stretcher, carry me into the ambulance, and then next week you've got some robot planner around. Oh, we've got 82 here. Ahoy hoy 82.
Hello. Hello.
And 82 seems to be dead.
That's a bummer.
There we go.
Yeah,
Welcome.
there we go. So how's it going?
Now,
MC2?
you guys... it's not bad, but you guys want a really bad take, and I know some people are not going to like it, but you know what? Screw it anyway.
Okay, what's this bad take of yours?
If the US and Iran really want to fucking fight, stop fucking pussyfooting and do it already.
Why am I not surprised that this is coming from a veteran?
I understand the sentiment. However, the disconnect to reality is too hard to truly overcome, because it is something that should be avoided 100% at all costs.
Yeah,
I
got to agree
tired.
with MC.Nutkin on this one.
I am tired of watching my generation die for stupid conflicts over some black stuff that really is so unbelievably goddamn primitive. I'm done with it. Just stop fucking fighting. Fucking stop.
Okay, so here's a comparison, and this is purely historical too. Would you rather continue to see little conflicts here and there and proxy bullshit, or just fucking nut up, nation to nation, all out, just get it done and over with? Pretty much, would you rather see World War III in comparison to like World War II, or would you like to see all the little bullshit that has happened since?
I'm not
What
sure
I
World War III
see
would be a
is
good
an
idea.
entire planet fixated on black stuff that should have and could have been replaced 40 years ago, that has led to the murder of billions of innocent people, because this black stuff has been so easy to gain extreme wealth and solely control it based on contractual obligations not relating to any idea of actual ownership. The idea that any of this is necessary to begin with is the ultimate deception.
Oh no,
The proxy conflicts exist because the world is literally determined to kill itself because of this disgusting stuff.
No, I completely agree with you. So, again, why stop pussyfooting around? Why not just go to the leadership and say, hey, if you really want to do it, just fucking do it already. Either go all in or fucking stop it already completely. None of this in-between bullshit anymore. All or nothing, bitches. What are you gonna do?
I would say the difference is Mad Max versus the absolute worst imaginable possible aspects of Fallout with any of the good stuff. That's what we're facing.
I feel like
we're facing the Fallout world without any of the cool tech.
I like what Ivy Blanketships said in the chat. One word, 82 production, nukes.
It is literally a choice between Mad Max and the worst parts of Fallout.
Well, see, here's the difference that you're ignoring, though. A bulk of the technological advancement actually comes during times of war, like all-out war.
Well, one of the problems I can see with a big war is, one of the problems I can see with going straight to war with a lot of these countries is, I think the reason why a lot of these proxy wars exist rather than just going all out is because of, I'm trying to remember the word. Strategy, right? So if you go straight into a war with all guns blazing, then you may not have the best strategy. Whereas if you think it through, then
Well, no. More the reason why is because the people making the decisions to agree and cut the orders for certain conflicts, they want to minimize their own culpability and their own responsibility for what happens if it goes wrong. And that's the thing is, they're afraid of the negatives. They want all the positives, but want to minimize the risk, the potential of being wrong. Well, if you're doing that, then why the fuck are you doing it in the first place?
Yeah. Yeah, there is a whole lot of thing of international agreements. Like if US were to just be like, okay, listen up, Iran, and then Iran's like, what? It's like, hear that? And Iran's what? And then it's just boom, nuclear explosion. Then US is probably going to face consequences from all of the, I think it's NATO and all that. So one person says only plan a war could glitch for trying to remember a simple word like strategy. I don't know why, but it was just completely gone from my head. But it comes down to things like the UN and NATO. I think would be against US just going, listen up, bang bang, motherfuckers.
I don't think they have a choice, because the way the US is set up, what happened can happen anytime. That's the thing. Any world leader could technically be assassinated if they're in public.
And one IV Blankenship goes 82 productions. It would not just be US versus Iran. It would bring in Russia and China as well.
Again, stop pussyfooting. Just go and do it. I know how massive it would end up being, and that's kind of my point.
No, you don't. Do you know Fallout? Do you know Fallout? I mean, you do not understand.
No, it's
World
not that
War
I don't understand.
III will be.
No,
World
you're
War
not
III
listening
is
to me.
not any of these pussyfoot conflicts you're talking about. You are literally advocating for the complete destruction of human society in such a flippant manner that it is relatively disgusting. And I will put that out there.
Because society overall is doing such a wonderful job. Maybe a massive reset is needed.
It's not a reset. You're not talking about a reset. You are talking about the elimination of all technology. You are talking about
You're
the
wrong
elimination.
there.
Yes, it is. It is the elimination of all technology.
Do
you know how any... All right, let's say nuclear war. Everybody fires off their nukes. All electronics are fucked.
Well,
everything is fucked. All power plants are fucked. All oil refineries are fucked. So this isn't normal war.
So one of the issues, though, is this concept of mutually assured destruction. So the idea of mutually assured destruction is if one person lets off their nukes, everybody lets off their nukes. So that's one of the things that stops, or that's, in theory at least, it's supposed to stop people from letting off their nukes because, you don't want everyone to let off their nukes because that destroys everyone. So that is one idea that may have a bit of credibility, but, I wouldn't want to find out whether that would be the case or not.
The issue if the United States decides to unilaterally drop an atomic weapon on Iran is not that there would be retaliation from NATO. What would likely happen is India and Pakistan might go to war. South Korea and North Korea might go to war. Japan and South Korea and North Korea and China might go to war. That's what might happen.
So again, you forget what I mentioned a few minutes ago towards the beginning of all of this. By putting that there, by putting that pressure, it limits the options that international leadership would have. Where if all of us are fed up enough with the bullshit to say, it's all or nothing, motherfucker, what are you going to do? All or nothing, no in between. All or nothing, what are you going to do?
I think what you should do is call the president right now and volunteer to go to Iran. You personally, now. You seem so hungry for blood that you should just go and join up again. Go for it.
All right. So, again, what part of giving them the all...
I'm saying that in the United States, the reason that this situation is happening is because of abject theft of resources, theft of life, theft of the educational opportunity, theft of corporate opportunity, theft of legal opportunity by a generation who has just sent my generation off to kill each other. That's what my life has been. Constant removal of resources and opportunities, blaming me for my failures and inadequacies. I have seen constant bickering, disagreement, complaining from an entire world that has all the resources that have ever been needed to succeed if there was just sharing. And all there is bickering and killing and destruction when none of it ever needed to happen.
Again, I don't disagree with you, but the type of message coming from you, the type of communication coming from you is doing nothing, is making no progress. So why not amp it?
If I had been able to pursue what I wished, supported by the resources necessary for me to survive, I would have literally rewritten United States law. So do not tell me that I am doing nothing.
Is that what I said?
Yes, you are. You said that I was advocating for doing nothing. No. I was advocating for these leaders to stop puffing out their chests, whipping out their tiny fucking penises.
I love how you're not listening to the words I say.
I am absolutely disgusted that you would rather have this entire planet destroyed, regardless. The fact that you advocate for a nuclear war completely makes your opinion null and void.
I love how you didn't listen to the words that I actually said.
Go for it.
I'm not saying they should go all out. I'm saying stop giving them the middle ground. Because if you get rid of the middle ground and they only have the two extremes, do you really think that they're going to go with the extreme violent measure of all out, complete, true global warfare? Yes or no?
Here is my solution. The United States declares that their military is now going to perform emergency construction of all the industry, utilities, roads in the United States, completely fix the power grid, put internet in every single house, in every single county, in every single... Just go on this huge building spree. Stop building these aircraft carriers that are just... First of all, they don't fucking work. Second of all, they're never going to be used. And third of all of this money could literally have been spent restoring and rebuilding everything necessary for this country to take on the most significant challenge that any generation has ever experienced. This is a situation that humanity has never experienced.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but when are you going to actually address my question that I put?
pussyfooting around, giving them the middle ground. I am telling you that your polar question, I do not agree with. I do not agree with partisanship. The U.S. military.
Good thing I don't agree with partisanship either. Can you please address the question that I actually asked?
Which? Repeat it.
If you remove the middle ground option for military action from the leadership, and they are only given a stop the shit or go all out as their methods of recourse, do you think they're going to take the all-in complete global warfare option? Yes or no?
They will go with what keeps them in power. Period. There is no actual answer to that question, which is why I did not answer it, and I completely volunteered an absolute solution.
Well, I'm just going to answer what I think would be the option. I think that it kind of is somewhat the answer that MC.Nutkin gave. What keeps them in power, in my opinion, would be essentially not going to war. At least... Not always. Because soon you'll develop some sort of internal conflict. The easiest way to maintain power is keep people in fear. That is the easiest way for a single entity to maintain power, is by a populace that only is afraid. But the issue is that that seemed to be more how it worked in the past. With the current world that we live in, with corporations and all that, the corporations, I don't think, want to go to war.
Some of them wouldn't mind it because they would quite literally profit from it.
War. Corporations want these pseudo conflicts to continue because it destabilizes economies and allows them to take advantage of the destroyed resources, as well as governments that are constantly trying to make a big splash on the international scene. The corporations want these tiny little conflicts. It's just the only corporation in Fallout that even wanted all-out war was Vault-Tec. So as soon as someone starts building atomic bomb shelters, you will then see a corporate advocacy for nuclear war.
Oh, you mean like the ones that were built in the 50s and early 60s?
I mean, are they around, like, being built and constructed and
there are
advertised?
Still
I am well aware that there are a ton of people who have built these bomb shelters, but I am not under the impression that you have ever played a Fallout game in your life.
No, I've actually been a part of the military and have seen what can be done and know the mindset.
So you were at Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Actually,
and
I've been to both sites after.
That is lovely. That is lovely. 60 years after the conflict ended, and hundreds of thousands of people died because of arrogance. Congratulations that you are demonstrating the same arrogance today.
No, this is not arrogance, except towards you trying to claim what I know or think by misrepresenting what I've actually said.
I am saying you have never seen a nuclear war. You cannot say you know war.
No, because I never saw someone lose a limb about 50 feet in front of me. Do you really want to play this fucking game?
You are aware of these
Do you really want to play this fucking game?
You don't know what nuclear war is. You cannot advocate for nuclear war.
And neither do you.
I am very familiar with what nuclear war will be.
Is bullshit. A video game comparison is bullshit. If you want to go you haven't been there, you haven't seen it, I've been closer to it than you if you really want to play that game. But I'm not interested in playing games. I'm interested in stopping the games.
Nice. So what you are talking about is complete annihilation of society. That's what you're advocating. That's what you are flipping.
I'm not taking it off the table.
It
You
should be
actually did not-
absolutely
you
taken
did
off the
not
table.
listen.
It
I
should
wanna say
100%
something.
be taken off the table.
Have you ever seen a little girl's eyes melt out
Wait,
of their
what?
skull?
Oh.
Do you want to see that?
I sure as fuck don't.
Yeah. So don't advocate for nukes, okay?
Again, another person who didn't listen to what I actually said.
You are the only person who keeps moving the goalposts. I am eliminating.
Yes,
any-
I am so
I am
horrible
eliminating
for trying to
any
remind you of what
mention
I
of
actually
nuclear
said.
war. No, you gave two alternatives: pussyfoot around in what we have right now, or absolute nuclear war. And I told you that
no.
that is the
Okay.
difference
No.
between
I'm
Mad
going to-
Max and Fallout.
Okay,
Can I say it for a fifth time, Planner, before you decide
Well,
to do
what I'm
anything?
gonna do is
Can I say it clearly for a fifth time?
I'm going to try and say 82 Productions points, because I think I understand what your point is. I think 82 Productions'
Go for
point is that what 82 wants to say is it's either, if you give the government the option of either going all out or just, hands off, not going into any war, the most likely option that governments will take is just not going into any war. Did I get it right?
No.
Yes. That
disagree
is actually what
100%.
I've been trying to say.
And
That is
you're
what
wrong.
I've been trying to communicate, is
And you're
by
wrong.
removing the middle ground and by giving it disgustingly disparate options, it is going to favor towards let's take care of people. Because in order for us to stay in power, in order to stay in the position we're in, we need the people to support us.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You can honestly kill your entire country and maintain power quite well. The population and citizenry only matter to the degree that they allow themselves to matter. That's it. Revolutions come because people are sick of being treated like shit. And then usually they pick the same idiotic, authoritarian, male, big penis waving figure who is only good at intimidating and killing. That's what happens. It's not that, you have to go all in or you can't do anything at all. Well, you should, there are a number of dictators in history who would have literally just killed you on the spot. Period. So no, you're wrong. A government will do whatever it takes to stay in
So
power.
how good are the mismanaged middle options doing?
It is literally just a piece of legislation supported by the government of the United States to redirect all actions of the military to the preservation of the culture, industry, and aspects of the United States that are under threat from global climate change. That would be a single piece of legislation. Period. Period. It is well within Congress's powers. There is nothing illegal about it, and it would be solved on one goddamn day. Done.
Again, do you see that as being not even possible, but probable?
Sir, that is what I have been fighting my entire life to make happen. I have been crippled by injuries, opportunities, negligence, over and over again, and I am still going.
I just want to read something out from the chat here. Hugh Jarsz
Go for it.
said 82 is saying make peace the only realistic option, and Nutkin is saying war is bad. They are both in different arguments. And I can see basically, you are both trying to argue different things. here.
It is not that he is advocating peace as the only option. He is basing his argument on two possible outcomes: absolute destruction or peace.
It seems to
And
be
what I am saying is that if a government needs absolute destruction to stay in power, they will kill everyone they feel like killing. Period. If a government wants to stay in power, the actual existence of a population does not need to have existence. Doesn't need to be there. There's a great thing in Fallout 3 called the Republic of Dave. It's literally just one guy and 5 people, but he has a Bureau of Tourism, blah, blah, blah. They have an election. It is everything that you need to have a simple government. However,
but the issue here is that with a lot of people, when it comes to power is based on the amount of people. So let's say that you've got a person, you could have people that are like that leadership of Dave guy, but most people wouldn't be like that. People are often dependent on other people. So when it comes to...
People are always dependent on other people. Governments were formed to provide materials to what they declare their citizens to. The basic purpose of government is to enforce contractual obligations, to enforce legal infractions, and to help direct resources for the benefit of whom they wish. That's all a government is.
And so if you're going off that kind of thing, the only realistic option that they'd take if you took out the middle ground, as 82 was saying, is the only realistic option that they would have would be the peace option.
No, because if you wish to stay in power, the other is perfectly fine.
But if you die...
Hang on. Let me explain it further this way, using the examples you've laid out. Say every nation, again, the middle ground of the proxy and the little conflicts are off the table, not even an option. It's either you declare war and go all in, or you do nothing. Now, a lot of countries will end up and do nothing and keep their populations high. Other nations, yes, there will be those fanatics who will think, well, in order to stay in power, I got to kill all internal dissenting voices, thereby weakening their own position internationally, opening them up for takeover. So, wouldn't they end up being gone in a matter of time anyways?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, because in your situation, the easiest way to keep a docile population, if you do not wish to murder all of them, is by invading your neighbor country and making an enemy out of people who look very similar to you. I am saying that you are asking a literal two-sided question, and you are inferring from a flawed viewpoint that any government would actually think about the benefit of their population if their only purpose was to stay in power. I am saying that what you are offering is a really bad thing that doesn't even need to be addressed.
So are you going
I have already solved the problem. Redirect all military funding to the absolute.
Before you repeat yourself, let me make sure you clearly understood what I was referencing. I was referencing the comment you made about how a maniacal dictator would stay in power by culling his population.
Sure, one or the other.
Do you now retract that?
I am saying that Stalin, Mao Zedong, Hitler, all right? Kim Jong-un, Kim Jong-il, Pol Pot. What you are saying is absolutely ridiculous. I am taking war out of the equation absolutely by making the military
But you're not.
yes, I am. Recreate all of the infrastructure that has been destroyed all over the world and neglected and allowed universal icons to burn. Notre Dame is never going to be repaired. I hope the people who ever wanted to see it in its beautiful glory had to. I am eliminating your silly polar situation because it is a nonsensical argument that has been used for generations, when in reality, all that needs to happen is the massive amount of resources spent on maintaining paranoia among the civilians through fear, military occupation. We are always at war with East Asia. This is all about paranoia to keep resources killing and culling their own population. I am saying that militaries are only tools of a government and can be used however they want. They don't need to be used to kill. So you are giving me a polar choice, and I am saying,
Okay.
Stupid.
Okay.
And I disagree, and I've already solved the problem.
MC.Nutkin, I just want to put a point to you. If the government wants to keep people in fear to remain in power, why haven't they gone for an all-out war yet?
Wouldn't this be World War III?
We're always at war with East Asia.
Yeah,
Right.
we may always be at war, but
we're always at war with East Asia. That's the thing. You always have an identifiable enemy. All you have to do is keep an identifiable enemy. Do you know how stupid it has been growing up in the United States, watching the absolute enemy going from communists to Democrats? I mean, literally, all of a sudden, I am an enemy.
Yeah, before the actual war happens, there's a culture war, and it's been taking place for like the past 4 or 5 years already. Well, actually, it's been decades. The culture war has been going on.
But my question is, why wouldn't they go for an all-out war if that could help them maintain more power? Why wouldn't they go for all-out war?
All-out war is absolute destruction right now.
Yes,
seriously.
So you're actually kind of starting to get starting to get 82's point. The problem is, if they go for an all-out war, then that would mean absolute destruction. And if you want to retain power, all-out destruction will go against that, because the likelihood is that you will be destroyed in all-out destruction. Nobody wants to be destroyed, especially if you want to maintain power. If you want to maintain power, the worst thing that you can do is get destroyed. So the likelier option.
All right, let me give you a situation. Let me give you a situation. The United States Congress, President, an entire government structure is now deep in the Rocky Mountains and is ready to push the button, releasing every single nuclear missile that is owned by the government. How easy would it be for the United States to maintain absolute control over the existing populace if they are the only ones with any kind of technology, any resources, or had any ability to prepare? I guarantee that if anybody wanted to start a war, they could guarantee their survival. But why doesn't anybody do it? Because they will literally eliminate any possible way of making a habitable environment. If you are king of shit mountain, you are still a king.
I don't think that.
I think it's because they don't. Sorry, go ahead.
Because the problem is, if you push that button, there are other countries that will go, wait, why is a nuclear missile heading towards us? Will retaliate by firing our nuclear missiles, because I think China and Russia, they still have nuclear missiles, so they would fire nuclear missiles
Russia,
right back.
China, Israel, Pakistan, India, France, Britain, United States. Those are the ones I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, so wouldn't they...
Turkey has our nuclear missiles as well. Turkey has possession of American nuclear weapons.
So wouldn't they fire back nuclear missiles at America? Just to be like, well, if we're going down, we're taking you with us.
Well, the entire U.S. government will survive.
How?
But what? Hang on. Say that is the case.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, but say it was. What good is a government with no populace?
A king of shit mountain is still a king. A king of shit mountain is still a king. There are
we go back
people.
And we go back to a question I said before. If you are a king of a shit mountain and cannot protect yourself, cannot protect your own interests due to the lack of a populace, how long are you going to stay on top of that shit mountain?
As long as you are alive.
You see, the issue is I don't think that anybody, even maybe you have some really fringe, insane people, but I don't think they would actually be able to get to positions of power like the US government.
They already have.
I don't think that anybody would be insane enough to kill everybody else in the world to maintain power. That's 7 billion people would have to die for people to maintain power, to become basically the king of shit
Right
mountain.
now, there is a mentally unstable individual at
In
the
power.
head of the United States government with a Senate that refuses to even acknowledge evidence of absolute corruption, just assassinated a very high-level head of state of a country that is not particularly fond of the United States, and is also basically has a couple nuclear powers right next to them in Pakistan and India. So, I mean, we are literally seeing your what-if situation. So, in my world, the United States military would currently be reconstructing the country under the world that is always been the situation, war or no war. And if you just want to accelerate it to involve everything that we know, well, that's just a bigger war. We know what happens with that.
The issue, though, is that this isn't just simply a case of we decided, oh, let's go ahead and bomb a fucking let's go ahead and drone strike this guy because we don't like him. It was more of, oh, this guy bombed our embassy, let's retaliate. I don't think it's quite as simple as you're making it out to be.
The United States president just issued
something real quick.
An assassination order against a high-level government
You think
official.
I can say? Can anybody hear me, or am I muted here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go for it. I just wanted to say the United States president ordered the assassination of a high-level government official.
And you saw that for your own. You saw that from your own ears and you saw that with your own eyes and heard it with your own ears, or you're just taking that off of what someone else said.
I mean,
okay. Well, that's a whole nother. That's a whole nother thing.
Hold on. You, sir, have you gone to a library yet?
You're that guy.
Have you been to a library yet? Have you been to a library yet?
No, actually, I haven't.
You need to get off the internet and go to a library right now. I am literally not going to acknowledge you today until you go to a library and open a book.
I think one of the rules on here is you're not supposed to be rude. And dude, you've been pretty rude to not only me in the past, but a couple of other people when you're in this conversation that you're having.
Well, I'm curious. Why do you need to go to a library?
He says that because the way I view reality, he's just like, because I talk about people hiding behind intellect, using intellect as a way to hide their ignorance and try to act like they're smarter than they really are. That's
the foundation of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I just find that criticism really comical coming from someone who wants to compare a potential real-world situation to a fucking computer game.
Yeah. Oh, but on a different subject, I wanted to say what you're talking about. I don't feel like I agree and disagree kind of with both of y'all. Like, I don't feel like blowing shit up, because there's always agendas that are happening, and it might look like one thing from where we're at, but when you actually are in the situation, you will realize that there are people that are pulling the strings, and there is a lot of controlled opposition that goes along, in this army, that in this, what is it called, military governments. There's a lot of controlled opposition. There's people doing stuff to make it look like other people are doing things when they're really not. And I think the main problem,
there's a whole fucking game around that can be summed up by one word: counterintelligence.
But yeah, and that's the main problem. Like, we don't know in our own government, in our own societies, they say we are our own worst enemy. And we don't even know who the traitors are amongst ourselves. And some want to admit that corruption is running rampant in the government. They want to be like, oh, you're a conspiracy theory. You think everyone's out to get you. You think this and that. But in reality, yeah, there's shit going on. There's people dying. And yeah, there are people that want to start wars because there is money to be made in wars. And there is power that you do take. Someone was saying it earlier. That's what I was going to say. The guy who was telling me I need to go to school with. I agree with him about the part where they use war to just control stuff, to control people, to control land, to control war. I said it before, war and capitalism, that's what drives these nations. And what we need to get rid of is a certain mentality that we have been forced into, because we didn't always live the way we live now. And if I even try to talk about the past, because now they're considered like stories instead of actual historical facts, because the conqueror is the one who writes history. So if they don't want to let people know, there was this really advanced technology that was in tune with nature and whatever, and we had to fucking get rid of them because we wanted to be on top and whatever, if there was a advanced civilization back in the past that wasn't too violent and whatever, it's hard for us to find that stuff if it's being deliberately hidden from us. I'm gonna end it right there.
1 point.
Well, here's.
Oh, you can go ahead.
Well,
say too.
For a bit of reference for people who may not have heard me talk about things of a political nature before, I am an advocate for a clean sweep of not just the White House, but also Congress. I do not think that anyone there actually has the proper ethics and mindset to be in the position that they're in, based just solely off of, without even changing anything to the Constitution. If it was actually held to the way it was written and intended from day one, we would be nationally in a far better place.
Hey, interject real quick. Can I say something along with what you're saying about that?
1 quick second.
Okay, go.
And if the U.S. was to go back to a even pre- and interwar period between the First and Second World Wars, where they were isolationists, that would be a wonderful thing in my opinion. But we don't have the people in position to actually let and go for a manner of change like that. So why give them the middle ground that they've been abusing? Why not take the middle ground away from them and make them actually do a hard choice where they do have ramifications that they'll have to answer for? Stop giving them an easy out.
Yeah, but you keep on saying they, and like I said before, you're ignoring the fact that in our own, because it's a us versus them kind of thing I'm hearing when you're saying they. And who is this they that you're referring to?
The they that I'm referring to are the power players that are actually in government office and those in the ear of people in government office. Get rid of fucking all of them.
That would be merely taxing and removing all wealth and property from 0.01% of the world population. That's all it would take. It would take changes to legislation. It would not take war, and no one would have to die.
I think I've said this before. I think science, politics, and religion, they all need to be like looked over, reviewed, and kind of I don't know, reestablished or like reconstituted or something, because stuff has been altered and twisted and manipulated for, just to manipulate people, and there needs to be some kind of way to straight out call out bullshit on pseudoscience, call out bullshit on cults and
you should
corruption.
Probably do a library.
Well, I guess there's a good thing that there is. As a matter of fact, I see that we have a wild Geostrabber. So what do you think there, buddy? Want to fire up the furnace?
Yeah, hi. First of all, Happy New Year, everybody. I don't think I've been in the stream since New Year's Eve. So, hi.
You haven't been in here since last decade.
Yeah, right. So, McNutkin, if you actually think that you can make an argument based on playing Fallout, then you're fucked in the head. I'm sorry to say that, but that's just the case.
I'm sorry, you are so fucked in the head, your entire existence is a bellend.
Okay, why?
You are such a bellend because the only thing you wanted to do was come on the show to insult me for no apparent reason. The only thing
sorry.
I used from Fallout
if I insult somebody, it's because I have a good reason to do so.
Insult me. No, there is no good reason to just insult anyone.
Did you not make the argument that you are familiar with nuclear warfare because you played Fallout?
I think
That's a yes or no question.
A bellend. I am answering your question.
That's a yes or no question.
Bellend, that you are often mistaken for a mushroom. You have French chefs chase you down the road, screaming at you in their nice accent, and then all of a sudden out comes a Muppet, and he goes, I'm gonna cook in the mushroom.
Do you really want to start an insulting match here? Because I can guarantee that you're going to lose based on experience.
Are you gonna
an insult match? I mean, I don't know, man. I mean,
do it.
I am literally.
Let's talk about some other stuff.
I am seriously giving you an outline for solving the entire world crisis, and you call me a bellend. Congratulations.
I would insult you.
It takes
legislation. I would insult you all night if I could, right? But I just don't have the time. So the best way I'm going to insult you is by just
could not keep up with me, sir. I will challenge you to a 30-hour fucking debate. I am crippled in a closet and have nothing else to do. You cannot hurt me, sir.
Next weekend, my channel, 1900 UTC.
Hey, Bellend, the Swedish chef is calling.
Okay, so do you accept the challenge that you put onto me yourself? Next weekend, 1900 UTC on Saturday. That is, I think, Saturday the 7th on my channel. Yes or no? And I think he just muted himself.
It wouldn't be the 7th, it would be...
The 11th. I think I said the 11th.
The 11th.
If I misspoke, then I'm sorry. It's the 11th of January 2020.
Gio, what do you think about do you think about the conversation? So, other than
Well, I
the last
entered it
part?
rather lately. First of all, Jared, I think I understand your argument. Just saying that, given the choice between all-in-all nuclear warfare or just having peace, no sane person is gonna choose nuclear warfare. Is that your argument?
Exactly. Get rid of the middle ground option.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
I tend to agree
it's-
with it. It's sadly a reality that the nuclear weapon has kept us at large-scale peace for the last 70 years or so. I don't agree.
I think.
Versus state just doesn't exist anymore because of it.
One
New World
thing I was
Order.
going to say is there's an issue with. I think it's an issue with risk perception here, because a lot of people, they'll hear 82's point, right, and they'll be like, "Holy fuck, that's a bad point." Like, even when I first heard it, I was like, "Holy fuck, that's a really bad take." But when you actually stop to think about it, it's like, well, the risk of someone actually going the full-out war route would be very, very minimal. Whereas
Yes.
whereas the risk of
Sorry.
someone, whereas what would happen would most likely be the peace option. Now, even though there is that small risk there, people look at that small risk and go, "Well, I don't want to risk that small risk," even though that small risk is probably wouldn't change all that much from the current risk that we have of all-out war.
Correct. There's an infamous caricature, you're probably not familiar with it, from 1962 or 63, right after the Cuban Missile Crisis, where there's a bunch of politicians sitting around the table, and on top of the table there's a, humanoid nuclear weapon that basically holds the trigger up to all parties around the table stating, "I am the peace." I think it came out in Der Spiegel in 1962. You might not be available with it, but it pretty much covers the way that large-scale politics has been influenced the most over the last half century, I think, if you know what I mean. Silence.
Oh,
I haven't read the book, so I wouldn't be
put
able
my
to
mic on
say
mute for a
anything.
second.
What
I
was
wouldn't-
this guy's argument about being in a library? What the fuck was that about?
I think essentially he wants Bigger Agent Smith to become more literate in both a English sense and a scientific sense. So increasing.
Oh no! What it is he wants me to
literacy.
dogmatically believe mainstream science and grammar and stuff, and I told him I know that I like to just kind of come to the. I don't really read out of books too much. That's why he was saying that, because I told him I don't like to read, and most of the information I get is through experience. So that's why he said that.
I mean, even then the argument is fucked, because you don't have to be physically at the library anymore to access the information that you need. During my entire master's thesis, I pretty much accessed everything, basically tapping into my university network and accessing it from home. So
you literally learn from people, having conversations with people like y'all and other people that can actually think.
Funnily
Still, again, I don't think there was a valid argument there.
Funnily enough,
I want to say something to Planet Walk.
Yeah.
Planet Walk, you need to start working on some game mechanics and getting what is it called, a think tank together, because I feel like, dude, there's a lot of things in video games that either have been implemented in the past or can be that aren't being used, because technology has come a far way. You know, we can make everything cross-platform, and we can go from 2D to 1. Is there a 1D? What would 1D be? I don't know.
1D would probably be like just like a screen, and it would be what you'd have is just different colors along the screen. It would be very hard to make a 1D game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Is that a challenge?
Oh yeah, I feel like it would be more text based or something, a 1D game. But what my point and what I'm trying to get at is I haven't seen any video games implement like using all 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D, and making like a physics engine based off of that, and then because I want to make video games where each video game is somehow indirectly impacting another video game, and it's the players are kind of unaware of it.
Oh, so you want to make a meta game?
A what?
You want to make like a meta video game?
I wanted to literally get the code, get the data from every video game up until like the PlayStation, like 2000 whatever, in the 2000s area, because you can store all that stuff on like a little handheld, portable, like little.
Yeah, like
what the hell is that called? Game Boy.
A USB stick. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, all the video games. And if we're real quick, if we reprogram them and make them so they do what I say, where they're integratable, like they're online and each game impacts another game. I don't know. Have you thought about anything like that or no?
That might be an interesting idea. Like, there's probably a few games like that where you can go through, play different video games, and I think that the most likely option that you'd get is something along the lines of Kingdom Hearts or Wreck-It Ralph.
That's like No. Yeah, I thought about that. I've seen it, and it's nothing compared to what I'm talking. The game I'm talking about, I want to actually be able to, like, use the laws of physics within the game, so you can actually do some scientific, what is it called, experimentations just within the video game, because, I want to be able to what is it called? Not reenact, but I can't think of the word. Where I want to and be able to interact with, understand how like the atoms work and stuff, as far as we can understand so far, implement it in the game, implement the physics of down to the atomics level.
That's very, very difficult and probably unrealistic. So
we have quantum computers. Come on.
Yeah, but
no, we
still.
Don't.
No, good luck.
No, we don't.
Good luck finding the computing power for that.
Like,
yeah.
The issue with trying to compute things down to the atomic level is that you'd probably need way more atoms to actually calculate the physics of a single atom than...
Wait a second. May I just say something? I've actually done molecular calculations as a part of my master's courses.
Oh, nice.
And just doing something as simple as a transition state on a normal computer, like I'm not talking supercomputer cluster, anything like that, takes hours. And that's just for one molecule. So, yeah, good luck in the next 20, 30, 40 years, maybe, trying to get anything to run in real time. No fucking chance.
I wasn't expecting it to run.
Sort of like what you're talking about. A big one came out a long time ago, which is SimEarth. And that has a lot of the functionality I think you're looking at. It doesn't really get into atomic structure, but it gets into genetics, evolution, life, yada yada, natural resources, and it's kind of, you have passive control, and you manipulate the environment. And then there's Spore. Spore is also very gene based, but it's more of a Play-Doh set, honestly. It is amusing.
Yeah, but again, don't compare that to molecular simulations.
Definitely not.
I agree. It would be ridiculous to like be trying to process all the atoms within the world if you're not even like observing them directly or anything. And that's kind of how it works in reality. Like in reality, when you look at an atom and it's gonna act differently, right? Or am I just talking out of my ass again?
That comes down to things when it comes. Like, I think you're trying to reference quantum mechanics, and that is a lot of people don't quite.
Talking about the double slit.
Yeah.
The
so,
double slit experiment.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't really quite understand quantum mechanics. I'll admit that I don't quite understand it myself, but from what it seems like, when people talk about an observation, they're actually meaning a interaction. So when it comes to things in the universe, and I was actually talking with someone about this last night, when it comes to things in the universe, most things are interacting with something else. But when they're not interacting, they can then be in superpositions, and when they do interact, they choose a state, and there's a lot of things about probability of what state it's going to collapse into and all that kind of stuff, and also where it's going to be is also a question of probability. So yeah.
I wanted to say something that there is a hole I've noticed, and that's why it is confusing for some people. Because, like you just stated, if something's in a state of superposition, then that's quote unquote like supposedly when it's not being affected by anything, right? It's in a state of superposition, so it's like nothing's affecting it.
Yeah, and some ideas.
Go
on.
What I wanted to say was, I don't understand how they're trying to say that. How did they put the light in that they were shooting into the double slit? How did they put those photon lights into a state of superposition?
Okay, so I will admit I'm not entirely sure. It came down.
I know about it, and they don't give an explanation.
So I'm not sure that it was in a state of superposition because, as I said, there's multiple different factors to quantum mechanics. There's probability.
But you're right. You're right because that. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just going to say there's the probability of what state something is in, which is its superposition. But then there's also the probability of where something is.
That's kind of confusing. I know.
So think of it like this: if you close your eyes and I go somewhere, there's a probability that I will be in a certain location, right? We can say that there's a probability that I'll be close to you, but there is also the probability that I might be on the other side of the world. Maybe I hopped in a car and drove all the way to the other side of the world. It's unlikely that I'll be on the other side of the world, but there's the probability. It's not until you actually open your eyes and start looking for me will you actually know where I am. If that makes sense.
I don't think that's a good example because that seems kind of like self-evident, right? Like, obviously something could be anywhere and I feel like it's literally more. I've said it before. Like, it has to do with vibrations. Literally, they say it's either in a wave state or it can be a particle or a wave. That's
no, that's not technically correct.
Wave is more of that probability that I'm talking about.
It acts as a wave.
Talking about quantum mechanics with any level of certainty is something that not even I don't think people in the field actually talk about quantum mechanics with that level of certainty. It is.
Telling me that light's not a wave.
Kind of debating it.
Are you telling me light's not a wave?
What we're saying
I am saying
properties of a wave.
I am saying that the standard model and quantum mechanics is still being argued to this day.
I agree.
No, stop. No, that's not true. We have invented so many different things based on our modeling of quantum mechanics. Lasers, NMR devices, semiconductors, LCD screens, LEDs in general, all of that is based on quantum mechanics. So if you're trying to argue that there's some serious flaw in there, then you're wrong.
Yeah, a lot of stuff was made with lead. A lot of shit was made with lead too. It doesn't mean that you understand how it works.
That's all I'm saying is that people still argue about it, and even in the field, they don't speak about it with certainty.
Again, that's not true.
Hang on. As someone that actually is still pursuing an additional degree in particle physics, the answer you're going to get from someone of the higher level degrees when you ask the question, is a photon a particle or a wave? You want to know what the answer you're going to get is initially?
Would like to know.
Yes.
Yep.
Go.
Yeah,
I know
it's actually
that's a mainstream.
I
accepted
slightly gotta
thing.
correct you there, Jared. The answer is either yes or it's neither, because we just haven't found a model yet that can describe both properties simultaneously. So we have to go back to something that we can actually understand, which is why we cite both.
Or you could go big brain and say that it's a field. Although that's probably got its own problems with it on. So I'm not going to take any position on this.
Yeah, because a field that's a real broad word there.
Yeah, well,
It can represent more than one thing.
yeah, like there are some ideas that
field.
say, oh, these things
Field of what?
could be
Sorry.
or more specifically, it's fluctuations in a field would be the proper answer, I think. But you know, I don't know
result in
enough about
what?
this to give a definitive answer on it. So you know,
Isn't a pulse? Isn't that another word for like a wave?
a pulse.
Which is like a.
I'm not sure what you're talking about when it comes to pulse.
What did you just
Not
say
either.
right now? Okay, forget it.
I said
Forget it.
fluctuations
I'm
in
done.
a field or something.
Yeah, fluctuation.
I still
Yeah,
think you need to go
fluctuations-
read some books. You need to go read some books.
The difference between by the way, the difference between fluctuations in a field and a wave is more like you can visualize it as a wave, but it's like if I have it's like if I'm measuring something and all of a sudden there's a big spike, and
I can feel
Yeah.
the mushroom
I get you.
being chased by the Swedish chef trying to correct me at every opportunity. So I would say that you should ask the mushroom chased Swedish chef to explain what is going on.
Well, if you're
Oh, yeah,
talking about
I'm
me,
not-
first of all, I'm not Swedish. I'm just putting that out there.
I think he's German.
yeah.
I'm
That is
not
correct.
trying to argue any words right now or learn any new words. And whatever you said, yeah, I guess it's different waves.
Yeah.
It could be the same, but I guess whatever. I mean, I could see how it could be interchangeable or
Yeah, well, it depends
yeah, it
on
doesn't
how
matter.
you. It depends on how you view things. It's there are a lot of like quantum mechanics is probably one of the most difficult subjects to get into because of how many how people interpret it differently. You'll have a lot of people. You'll have people like Deepak Chopra, who will interpret it in the most pseudoscience spiritual way possible, and then you'll have people like I think it's Richard Feynman who will say, "Look, I don't understand this." I believe he was trying to understand this. I think it was Feynman who said, "If you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics."
The problem with quantum mechanics is that in order to actually at least understand it to a certain degree, you need a very profound understanding of mathematics, which is why talking about it and trying to explain it to lay people is not easy, which is why people try to go back to those metaphors, which fail at one point or another.
Yeah,
What they say, if you truly understand something, you'd be able to explain it.
yeah,
I think he did, yes, but I think he was wrong to a certain degree.
I don't know who you're referring to, so I can't really comment on it.
Well, in fact, actually, I've heard the story. I've heard a story about Richard Feynman, who actually believed that idea of if you truly understand it, you'd be able to explain it very simply, right? And
Yes, he did. He did say something to that effect. I don't know if the quote is 100% correct, but yeah, the meaning is.
yeah,
what
I think it
we're
was
talking about.
actually Einstein who made that quote, but Richard Feynman did take that quote to heart, I guess. Now, one person that I've heard speak about Richard Feynman actually said that often Richard Feynman would be trying to explain quantum mechanics in simple ways to them. This was Landon Knoll that was saying about this on Steve McRae's stream. And so, yeah, I think it might have been on Steve McRae's stream. I might be wrong. But it was Landon Landon Knoll was talking about how he had talked to Richard Feynman, and Richard Feynman was often trying to explain quantum mechanics to him because he wanted to make sure that he was understanding quantum mechanics. And I think that his inability to explain quantum mechanics simply might have led him down the idea of if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics.
Yeah, but again, I think especially in quantum mechanics, there's just parts that you cannot explain to people without them having a understanding of mathematics. The way that orbitals overlap, for example, the way that particles behave in quantum mechanical systems, for example, that's completely out of bounds for somebody who doesn't understand how wave functions work. Yeah. So some things are just not explainable without knowing at least partially about this first.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question about the atom, and I know in the past scientists were unsure of how it's being held together.
What exactly are you referring to? Are you referring to the nucleus or
the whole atomic structure?
Shell? Basically, we found one more additional force that basically glues neutrons and protons together in the nucleus.
And that is called a whataton. What is it called?
I think it's called the weak nuclear force, but I could be wrong, and that could be the strong one as well. I always mix them up.
Yeah, it's easy to get the strong and weak nuclear force.
I mix them up too, but the weak nuclear I kind of sort of remember as the closer it gets, the stronger it gets.
Yeah, but it's the same for the electromagnetic force and gravitation as well. There's just a different law that describes the strength of the force in relation to distance. I think the weak nuclear force scales to a power of 6, which is why it's much stronger at atomic scales. But again, I'm a chemist, not a particle physicist.
Brought this up in the past before, and I think everyone just disagreed with me because it's not in like a scientific journal or something. But I was under
because you pulled it out of your ass. That's why people disagreed with it, because you pulled it out of your ass.
All right,
MC.Nutkin, I'm just gonna.
Okay, I'm gonna
say you might want to be a bit more polite because we're actually in a. This is becoming a
new year,
rather polite discussion. You know.
All right.
A new year.
It's just if you made up what you are saying, say it. Say it. This is my theory.
Yeah, that's what I said from the conclusion that I came to. That's what I said.
Okay.
I was under the impression there you go. That's what I said. From the conclusion that I came to that atoms were being held together by an electromagnetic field. That's it. And gravity, the electromagnetic field has a direct effect on Earth's gravity.
No.
I don't think that's the case. I think that the reason why we have different forces, why we have the electromagnetic force, we have the strong force, the weak force, and gravity, right? The reason why we have these 4 fundamental forces is because they cannot be explained as anything unified. So we can't explain... we can't use
That's
gravity.
actually not 100% true. We found out that the electromagnetic force and the weak nuclear force are actually one and the same. They just manifest differently.
Oh, okay.
You go. I was right then, right?
So the reason why we have 3 fundamental
And
forces then is because...
So was I right when I said that the electromagnetic field of an atom, an electromagnetic field is holding an atom together? Was I correct in that statement?
It's actually quite nonsensical what you're saying. It means nothing. It's a little bit of word salad. If you want to know what holds an atom together,
to explain one thing I just want to explain is that the electromagnetic field is I think there's something, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure there's something to do with there's something to do with electromagnetism, that when the forces I forgot what I was saying. It probably doesn't need to be brought up, actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something, dude. When they're ripping apart, I didn't mean to say that. When they're ripping apart atoms in the Hadron Collider, they're shooting electromagnetic fields at it. So I don't know how you're telling me that an atom isn't being held together by an electromagnetic field when they're literally shooting big ass waves of energy to help destroy the particles.
Well, I think are you talking about the ionizer or the actual collision?
Talking about the Large Hadron Collider and
Yes.
the process I just described.
Yeah, what they're
Yes,
doing
there are
is-
two things that need to be talked about in particle accelerators. First of all, in order to accelerate a particle, it needs to have a charge, and in order to get a charge, you have to ionize it. You can do that by you can do that by electromagnetic radiation, but there are multiple different ways. For example, by electrospray ionization. When you're talking about the actual collision in the LHC, that works by applying a magnetic field to the ions that you produce.
The
And
ions,
basically
and it's not the
accelerating
electron.
that way via the Lorentz force.
The ions of the atom, right?
The ions of the particles that you want to accelerate, whether those are ions or whether those are just protons or electrons, that depends on the accelerator. If you're talking about the LHC, that one accelerates only hadrons, so only protons. I think it can accelerate lead atoms as well, but all of those have to be ionized in every case. Protons, naked protons obviously are always ionized, but lead atoms are not, which is why you have to ionize them first.
Right. So the ionization process is part of this speeding up of the thing, right? The what did you call it?
It's the first thing you need to do in order to speed them up.
And then when you're destroying it, you shoot an electromagnetic wave at it, right? And
Not
while
necessarily.
You're
while
actually
they're hitting each other.
I believe you're smashing two protons together. So
Yeah, that's the final collision, but I think he's talking about the actual ionization process before the protons, for example, being accelerated.
I was just trying to make sure I was understanding right. So I guess you're telling me there is no, they don't shoot electromagnetic waves at the end part. Okay. I thought
Basically, as soon as you have those ions, they guide them through a magnetic field and then an electric field. Are you familiar with how cyclotrons work?
start explaining the process, I probably might know what you're talking about.
Okay, so basically, oh god, how am I gonna explain how a cyclotron works?
This is why
What's
I
his
told
main
him
function?
to go to the library and read.
Accelerate ions.
This is why I told him to go to the
Okay.
library and read books. All
When
of
was
this
it first
stuff is
made?
in your library. All of this is
Okay,
in
do
your
you know it?
library. Why
You
are
do not
you
need a library
wasting
to
your
access
time?
that kind of information. In this case, Wikipedia would even do.
I don't know the information, that specific machine you're talking about.
It's called the
Wikipedia?
cyclotron. What it does is you have your ion, and that gets accelerated by passing through an electric field, and then it gets redirected into a different direction by being passed through a magnetic field via the Lorentz force, and that repeats multiple times. And through every cycle, through the entire system, the ion gains a little bit of kinetic energy, and that way you accelerate it.
Geo, this has kind of to do with the waves and the kind of like the vibration and the, what is it called? Gravity thing that I was just talking about with, because I was saying if you shoot enough electromagnetic fields at something, it will levitate.
That's
What?
And you're disagreeing with that, right? Yeah, you don't even know about that. Okay, so
No, that's
do you
just
know?
word salad. What you're saying makes no sense. You
word
cannot shoot
salad?
an electromagnetic. Yes, you cannot shoot an electromagnetic field in a way. It's just weirdly phrased. I'm not actually trying to. Well, sorry, I'm not actually understanding what you're trying to say.
so. I think
Okay,
what
so-
Agent Smith is trying to say is that you can basically use electromagnetic fields to levitate something, and he's using that as evidence that electromagnetism and gravity are linked.
yeah.
Am I getting that correct, Agent Smith?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, problem
No,
is that
well-
there's more than one force. And
Yes, in the
Sure, I
Newtonian
agree.
sense, both gravity and the electromagnetic properties manifest as, or can manifest as, forces. Just by the fact that you can measure a force does not mean that it's either gravity or electromagnetism. You have to actually differentiate between the two by doing the experiment to find out which one of the two it actually is. So
You are
just
aware
by
of that,
saying
right?
Just by
You
saying
are-
that you feel a what?
He is
You are
fully
aware of that
aware
fact.
of it. You are the one who is not.
I'm asking if you are aware if you shoot an electromagnetic field at something, it will float. Do you agree or disagree with that? That's a fact.
Again, that is a poorly worded explanation of what's taking place.
I'm just asking him if he agrees that that's something that actually is something that occurs, in reality. That's something that's possible.
Again, I can't agree with something if I actually don't understand what you're trying to say. Or if you're not precise in wording what you're trying to say.
The host just explained to you. I explained like 3 times, and Planet Walk explained once to you.
The issue
what I'm
is
trying to
that,
say.
Yeah, so the issue is that, as I said, there are different forces. So when it comes to a helicopter hovering, it's using a force to keep itself up there, but that's because I'm just trying to work out how to explain it. It's not.
There's more than one way to skin a cat, right?
Gravity. A helicopter is,
as far as you're aware of, because you don't even know. Oh wait, you're talking about the helicopter, okay?
Yeah, so a helicopter is not manipulating gravity to levitate. It's actually using forces aside from gravity to levitate. It's actually using forces to work against gravity to levitate. Because as soon as you turn that force off, it drops out of the sky. Same with the electromagnetic force to levitate something. As soon as you turn that force off, or turn the as soon as you stop maintaining the field, the magnetic field to levitate something, that thing is just going to drop due to gravity.
When it comes to aerodynamics and everything, I'm intimately aware with how that works. So if you want to ask any questions about that specifically, I'm right here.
Okay, I don't have any in aerodynamics, but I got this one last question because Gio is over here dodging my questions, acting like he doesn't understand what I'm saying. I think it's called
then try rephrasing it.
Would word it more precisely than I could be answering your question.
Willful ignorance. What was I gonna say?
That is an
example?
Insult. That is an insult.
No, it's not.
That is willful. You called him willfully ignorant.
Yeah, he's being willfully ignorant. That's not an insult.
You are the one who does not understand that you are asking a terrible question, and you should rethink.
How would you reword it then? Since I'm so bad at my vocabulary.
This is how you would analyze it in a Physics 101 course, which is where this kind of question would be asked. You apply an electromagnetic field to an object, which then levitates X amount. You can then do a force diagram showing the electromagnetic force as it relates to whatever aspects of the problem are then included. Friction, yada yada. Everything involved in what you are describing is just improperly applied. You don't shoot an electromagnetic field at something, but you can apply an electromagnetic field to an object which can, under certain circumstances, levitate if it is created properly, if it is of the proper materials. Your question was so vague that he really didn't know how to answer it. And for you to call him willfully ignorant was an insult. Because you are the one who does not want to go to a library and open a book, which this man has studied
one more example.
His field for years.
I mean, I respect him for that.
I haven't challenged anything he has said at all, even when he has basically just been shooting out to correct me, which, hey, I'm good with that. Dude's an expert.
Yeah, but the difference between me and you is I've been to a library. I respect y'all's opinions equally. I don't care if he's an expert, and I don't care what you've done in your life. I still respect your thoughts and opinions equally. So I think that's the only difference for me and you in this situation, is that you view me as lesser based off of the amount of schooling I have. So that's it.
So I just want to say that the issue that's taking place is that GeoStreber isn't really understand. I'm just trying to word this.
He's not understanding.
Let me try to phrase it.
He's not understanding what you're saying either.
If I were to,
Agent Smith's question was so badly phrased that I couldn't make out what he actually meant by it.
Yeah.
So thank you, M.C.Nutkin, for translating it.
I'm going to say it one last time, and Wait, that's what you understood? You understood the make guy?
What?
Because that's not even what I was asking him.
So the
Gio?
Is what?
I was saying whatever Mick said, that's not what I was asking you, but he was literally like presenting what I was saying as like a scientific experiment or something.
Well, look, if your question is whether you can use electromagnetism to make things float, then the answer is yes.
And also sound. Don't forget sound. You can use sound waves and make things substantially lighter than they were originally.
That I think is true. You can use standing sound waves to make something float as well. Yes.
But that doesn't necessarily manipulate the gravitational force.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The gravitational force still applies. It's just that the sum of the force that are applied on the object becomes zero.
Yeah.
So what I was saying
was we still don't understand how gravity works.
No, we understand the effects that gravity has. The lacking knowledge is how that interaction takes place. How does it actually transmit between the objects of mass? We know what gravity does. We know how to quantify it. We know how to predict based off of it. We don't know the nitty-gritty particle and subparticle level mechanics of it. We know we know how it presents.
Like making something vibrate, right? And then making it float. We don't know how to do that yet. Like making cars fly off of sound.
That's pressure waves. We know how to do that.
No, dude.
Sound is pressure waves, which is actually similar to what's done in aerodynamics by creating lift due to differing air pressure potentials above and below an airfoil or a wing.
I was referring more to the literally what I was saying earlier, which was
sound waves are pressure. Sound waves are pressure waves. That's what causes the levitation. It's not anti-gravity. It is quite literally you are putting a higher pressure below the object, which then accordingly, because of the interaction and the summation of all the forces, it appears to levitate off of what it was.
The experiment I saw, they were putting the speaker directly on top of the object.
Okay, citation, please. Let's have a look at it.
Oh, let me look for it. Okay. Let me look on the internet. Yeah, I'll talk about whatever. I'll send the link right now.
Okay. I'm actually kind of thankful looking at the Himawari satellite because it seems as though this cloud is dispersing before it gets to New Zealand.
Is this the cloud from the forest fires in Australia?
It not just it appears to be dispersing, but it also appears to, because of the trade winds, actually being taken away from the bulk of New Zealand. Yeah,
like I'll just play the latest animation. Yeah, it does. It appears to be sort of going up a northerly path, though. You know, so I'm not going to have that another orange day. So that's great.
I was watching you look at that that live stream, and I was wondering why is it that no news stations or anybody that's reporting on weather ever uses that like a actual live satellite feed.
Actually, some of them do. It depends on what's available.
Yeah, sometimes
not only what's available, but it's also a question of copyright in this case. I don't think that anybody would be allowed to use this without mentioning it or paying.
There are Japanese news and weather agencies that are able to use direct feeds from Himawari because, well, they're Japanese.
Well, it's a Japanese satellite, yes.
But that's what I was saying, because other countries don't have a similar setup available to them, is why you don't see it as often from a worldwide standpoint, because they haven't invested the capital and resources to do it, because they're relying on more local based radar and imaging and are getting similar enough results. But you have to admit, Japan is in a unique situation where actually one of the primary purposes of Himawari was more so for typhoon tracking and prediction and prevention.
Okay. Yeah, like I can.
Doesn't NASA own satellites that are looking down at the Earth all the time? Doesn't Google own satellites looking at the Earth, they don't have? That's not in America.
Not with the same sensors, not at the same distance, not with the same resolution as Himawari.
You have to realize that Himawari is specifically designed to take a photo of that piece of the Earth every, I don't know how many minutes.
10.
It's in geostationary orbit over the equator at the longitude of Japan. So if the US doesn't have any geostationary orbits, geostationary satellites in that orbit, then you're not gonna get that picture from a US satellite.
And when it comes to the, when it comes to the Himawari satellite, quite often you'll actually see where a storm is, because there's actually this little button here which, it will show you where a storm is. Like when there was that storm near the time of the Rugby World Cup near Japan, it would show, oh, there's a little storm here that's heading for Japan. So, just thought I'd add that. So, Bigger Agent Smith, did you
I'm
find
still looking for it. Hold on.
Oh, I'm still looking for it.
No, I think it's sound and anti-gravity. That's what it was.
Okay.
Well, it depends really on how you define anti-gravity. If you're just meaning by that you have a force that counteracts gravity, then you would be right by that definition. But if you think that it's actually gravity that is counteracting gravity, then that's not the case.
And like I said earlier, we're not even sure fully how gravity even works, right? When I say we, I'm talking about the scientific community.
Well, we have a pretty good idea on how gravity actually works.
But it's still a theory. And
for fuck's sake.
That is not a problem.
Okay, can you do me a favor? Can you please define what the scientific... Yep, stop. Everybody be quiet, please, if it's possible. Can you please define for me what the scientific theory is?
Oh, no. I'm still looking for this thing.
Theory, definition, science. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experiment. Such fact-supported theories are not guesses, but reliable accounts of the real world.
Thank you very much.
And who decided that was the definition of theory? When did that become the mainstream definition?
It was a communal thing.
I wasn't there for it.
It wasn't just the determination of one person. It was a determination of all people in the actual fields of study. You're arguing something that was agreed upon over a couple hundred years ago.
Yes.
The actual usage of the term.
Let me just remind you of a few things that are still considered theories under the scientific definition. Germ theory, the theory of gravity,
Evolution,
yep. Yes. Do you have a problem with evolution?
Real quick, apparently my volume is, according to Yaron in the chat, my volume is low. I've been trying to turn it up for a bit, and I don't know if it's working.
Well, I can hear you just fine. Is it a problem for everybody? Are we all very low in volume, or is it just you?
I just want to know if it's if the chat is.
Can hear us or hear you?
It's more me in particular. Okay, people are saying volume is fine for me. Volume is fine. Then it'll be.
Yeah, and take it for what it's worth. But so here's an easy way to remember it, Agent Smith. When it comes to scientific terminology, specifically between law and theory, here's the easy way to remember it for someone who is not in working with the principles in a routine basis. A scientific law is what is happening. A scientific theory is the explanation of how it's happening or why it's happening.
Okay.
All right.
So
I wanted to debate.
Okay, I just want to say, apparently it was me that was low. So I've turned my volume up a bit more. So yeah, continue.
Where do you want me to post this video at?
Go to the debate lobby text. That way it's easy for all of us to get to.
Right, it's just a regular video. I mean, it's not that crazy. It's just gonna tell you what I'm already telling you.
We still want to take a look at it.
Oh no!
It's not even using sound. But it's using the same principle. It's literally changed. It's it has to do with, I think, like
one of the great challenges.
I don't know. That's not the one though. That's one of them. The wheel thing.
So
yeah, no. What he's
good...
using that's called a gyroscope.
Yeah, I know, but that's another example of what I'm saying. Like you put enough energy into something, and it will start floating. It has to do with.
It's a summation of forces and conservation of angular momentum. It's actually why I have to. Okay, so what you're seeing there on that one, the anti-gravity wheel. Ancient Smith, have you ever rode a motorcycle before?
I've ridden one.
So you have been at the controls of a motorcycle before, yes?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so when you want to turn left at speed, what do you have to do with the handlebar?
I want to turn left at speed.
Yeah, when you're cruising at speed on a motorcycle and you want to turn left, what is the initial input to the handlebar?
Well, if I had to turn my bike, I had to like, and then.
Sorry, you cut out there.
I had to mess with the clutch so I could actually put the brakes on and turn, because that's kind of it. You mean like keep your hand off of the acceleration thing? Is that what you're talking about?
No. I'm talking about counter steering on a motorcycle. To turn left, you actually want to lean the bike left, which actually means you push on the left hand handlebar where the clutch lever is. You give a push to lean left, so you're actually slightly turning the handlebar right before you turn left. That's gyroscopic effect. That's gyroscopic effect. That is conservation of angular momentum. It is physics at play. That is completely counterintuitive.
Well, I can't find the actual video I was looking for. This was one of them that I was watching along with some other ones, but yeah, I'm not finding it. So, yep, since I can't show you, it's not real. That's how it works, right? Science. Hello?
Well, it's more when it comes to these things that there's ways that things have. I'm just trying to. So the way that things, I'm just trying to work out a good way to explain it. So it's the fundamental difference between your understanding of physics compared to the understanding of physics by the scientific community. Your understanding of physics is more to do with net force, and the understanding of physics by the scientific community realizes that yes, there is a net force, but the problem is that there are other forces. The net force is a sum of multiple forces acting on something. It's like when flat earthers ask, if gravity exists, then why can I float a piece of wood on the water? They don't understand that there's a net force, and the gravity pushing the bit of wood down isn't strong enough to counteract the buoyant force that is acting against it.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I will end it with this because I don't want to be debating about if applying enough energy to an object. I was literally saying that earlier, like if you affect the vibration of an object, what's happening to an atom when you're putting energy into it? Is the atoms vibrating, or are they just like start moving in a circle pattern, or what happens to atoms when you apply energy to them?
Generally, it increases.
Right? Depends on how you do so. Depends on what you do. Usually, you just raise an electron into a more energy-rich state.
And sometimes,
Yeah, I was going to say with Geo, agree there. It depends on how you're increasing the energy, and also how much energy you are imparting to it, and also the state of the material you are beginning with.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess, but now you want me to get like super duper specific about one specific thing? Because I'm talking in general here about the laws of reality.
No, we're just saying that there are multiple different ways to add energy to atoms, and depending on what exactly you do, you will get different results.
I agree. I just found out you can shoot a laser beam at an atom and it will actually go below zero. You can make it go below freezing. Below zero.
Below freezing is not really that hard to do.
I mean, well, I'm just saying, I didn't know you can shoot a piece of light at something, and instead of it heating up, it starts cooling down. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, that's called laser cooling, and I agree, it's pretty weird. I still haven't fully understood it yet.
There are a lot of weird things, and we're trying to figure them out, essentially, as humanity.
And that goes back to electromagnetic fields as well. They shoot electromagnetic field at lasers to make the atoms cool down.
The atoms want to go down?
Hang on. Let me make sure that you said this the way you want to. They shoot an electromagnetic field at a laser to decrease the energy of an atom.
Yeah, to make it below. They make the conditions like below freezing, like I don't know, it's like 100 Celsius below zero or something.
Freezing is 0 Celsius. What you mean is absolute zero.
Yeah,
which is minus 273.15 Celsius.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you cannot go below absolute zero. You cannot go below 0 on the Kelvin scale. 0 on the Kelvin scale is no atomic motion at all.
Wasn't scientists saying that though too?
Energy you can have in a system.
Again?
Absolute zero is where you have the absolute minimum of energy that you can have in a system, which means that you can't go below absolute zero. You can sometimes get some weird mathematical artifacts where it looks like it's below absolute zero, but it's not below absolute zero.
Now I'm gonna look this up because you're I don't know what the hell I just looked up then. So there's nothing that can get like a 100 C below zero.
I mean, you can go
to get something 100 Celsius below zero. Or below zero. So if you want to get something at minus 1 degree Celsius, you don't need a laser or anything fancy. You just need basically a condenser or just a bunch of liquid nitrogen. That's not hard to do. It's called cryogenics.
But yeah, that's the thing about me. I've said it before. I don't really focus too much on the details, but I will get the gist of something.
But if you're wanting to get something below absolute zero, you're not going to be able to do that.
It is quite literally impossible.
We're going to see how cool they get it.
So their experiments to supercooling is to see how low in the Kelvin scale they can get, which is how close to 0 can they get. They don't go below 0 on the Kelvin scale.
You're right.
The Kelvin scale is an absolute measure from 0 on up. There is no negative on the Kelvin scale.
I agree. I was mistaken right now. I just looked up the video I was watching. Yeah, and they said they get it like right next to the below 0.
Yes, obviously you can approximate or you can get very close to absolute 0, but you can never reach it or even cross it. That's impossible by all that we know about physics.
I'm not arguing.
One of the things I do want to point out is that it's important to get your measurements right or use the same unit. So when it comes to something like length or temperature is a good example, because you'll see people in America using Fahrenheit. And when people say, "Oh, it's 80 degrees here," I'll be like, "Well, fuck, that's
Oh, spoiling.
That's hot. Whereas if it's when I say that it's only 30 degrees here, people might go, "Oh, that's cold."
Wait a second. What do you mean by only 30 degrees? At 30 degrees, I would melt.
Well, in Fahrenheit, freezing is 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
I know.
Here, everybody would be looking at me funny for wearing shorts.
You're like, if I say that it's 30 degrees in summer, people would be looking at me strange. It's like 30 degrees Celsius, and they're like, ah.
I melt at everything, or I can't work above everything more than 25 degrees Celsius. It's just impossible for me. I can't stand the heat. Last year we had 41. 40 fucking 1.
Never go to LA. Never go to LA. Never go to LA.
I'm not planning to.
Or Vegas, for that matter.
Yeah, or Vegas.
We had a high of 31 degrees the other day for New Year's Eve.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's summer. Obviously.
I got a question for everyone. If you want to answer it. I wanted to ask who decides if our freedom? Who gives us our freedom?
We do.
Yeah.
Or we give ourselves freedom?
Yep.
Yeah, freedom is more or less a concept, and it's very hard to measure this absolutely. So yeah, it's more.
Does anyone else have any? Does everyone agree with the two that said we give ourselves freedom? So, anybody? Hello.
It's called the freedom of choice. You have the choice to do whatever you want. It's just that some choices have consequences that you probably wouldn't want to take on.
So, with that being said, at what point does slavery become a choice?
So that's when people are taking or are limiting your freedom, I guess.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If someone has the power to enslave you, then are you really the one?
Slavery occurs when a human being becomes property or chattel. It is an occurrence. It's not an acceptance, because the choice is non-existence or existence. But you are completely stripped of all humanity in society's view. There is no moral justification for making any human being property ever.
Then at that point, the society is the one who determines our freedom.
Also,
right? It's a general consensus.
If you're a slave, you still have freedom to make choices. It's just that those choices may not necessarily be beneficial to you, because there will be consequences.
I know you have
choice.
the freedom to make. Oh, sorry. Damn it. I agree. Yeah, we always have the ability to make choices. That's not what I'm asking. If we have free will, I'm asking at what this sense of this thing we call freedom.
What it is
it given to us, or do we take it for ourselves?
If you're talking, wait, let me try to approximate this here. If you're talking about the legal sense of having freedom, then ultimately we are the ones determining it by electing somebody who passes laws that grant you freedom or take it away from you. So in that case, you're responsible for the degree of freedom that you have in whatever society you live in. If that's what
America.
The other aspect is
okay. So with the American framework, with the
in the society as well, you have.
Okay, everyone's talking over everyone one at a time.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear Nutkin at all.
Okay.
So,
Go for
Smith,
it.
with the framework of the American legal system and American society, the freedoms you have were not given to you by the government. They were affirmed by the government, meaning that the freedoms as they're laid out in the Bill of Rights of the Constitution were what the people of the foundation of the country agreed upon. These are fundamentals that we hold true. We recognize these by ourselves, and we are utilizing the government framework to affirm them, not to grant or give them. Because if a government gives something, that government can take it away.
In addition, you
Jared,
also
I'm not sure that I
decide whether
100%
or not
agree with it.
people in your society can be free. You yourself can look at those who are being enslaved and make that decision for yourself as well. In every society, in every action, you are always included in your decisions.
I have a question, Jared. The Bill of Rights was added to the US Constitution later, right?
No, the Bill of Rights were the first set of amendments to the Constitution that were part of the original writing. They were expounded upon and further explained by the Articles of Federation and the Federalist Papers. And again, repeatedly, the Founding Fathers and the people who were the ones responsible for putting ink to paper for those foundations, they said is they were very specific in the language that we hold these truths to be self-evident, and that they were affirming these rights. They were not granting the rights. They were very specific about that language for that purpose.
They were
Okay,
also
I think
specific
I'm
about
not
the
100%
language.
sure about the translation here. I don't really grasp the difference between affirming and granting in that case.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna look up the definition because I don't see they're like those are interchangeable words. I don't see any difference between the two.
One of the
big
things.
issue that isn't being addressed in that statement about the United States is the U.S. Constitution only granted suffrage to an incredibly small portion of the population.
I didn't want to say it because I'm the minority here. I'm the Native American, so I didn't want to be like, you killed all the Indians and all of our rights are being taken away, and that none of that shit even applies. It only applies to certain races. But
I can also get another native
I don't
in.
want to sound like a stereotype. I don't want to be a stereotype. What?
I can also get another native in.
What do you say, Plan? What?
I said I can also get another native in. If you.
Oh no, it doesn't matter.
Freedom is
We're all native,
determined
in
by
reality.
that which
What's
you
one
wish
token
to
not
grant
enough?
to others and yourself. Freedom is determined by what you wish to grant others and yourself. If you wish to take from another, you are taking freedom from someone else and from yourself. That is the issue. It isn't just the slave having no rights. It is the society encouraging treating individuals as property.
So one thing that I do want to say is that freedom is a very is basically a construct. So freedom doesn't inherently exist, but we do have this idea of what freedom is. Because you ask people what freedom is, they will give different ideas. They'll have different definitions. One person, if you ask a libertarian what freedom is, they'll say
No driver's licenses.
yeah, they'll say the ability to do what I want without repercussions. But if you ask someone who, someone like me, what freedom is, it will be the freedom to do, the freedom to act as you want, but you still can suffer consequences from those freedoms. Now some people don't want the consequences parts, and it does. Some people will say, well, there's a certain limited amount of consequences that you can suffer and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's very, very there are very, very differing definitions of what freedom can mean.
So would you say that individual freedom is the ability to make your own choices so far as they do not impede upon the ability or choices of another?
Yeah, I'd say that would be a good enough definition of freedom.
I got one.
Yeah, because that ties into something that I've said to people to remind them when it comes to, oh, well, are there limits to the rights that you have as a person? Yes. My rights end where your rights begin.
I feel like one of the main problems with this quote unquote freedom thing is the need for us to protect either like our families or land, because once you start talking about you having a family and taking care of your offspring, then you start thinking about where am I going to live, and I don't know, I feel like that causes a lot of what is it called, like, I don't know how to say it. It's not slavery, but it causes people to feel like they are, instead of like they have the right to own either people or land. Whenever you get in relationships, I don't know, that's what happens. You start, I don't know what it is about having families, not having families, but having kids. It's
you put their needs and what is best for them above the self.
Freedom is suffrage. That's it. Freedom is ability to control your political will and situation. It is complete control of your political power. Suffrage. That's freedom. And there has never been a point in human history where there has been universal suffrage. Nowhere.
But then
you can't just live out in the woods without some form of government saying this is my property, this is government property. Pay me or go to jail or get out. I feel like that's kind of,
I mean, you could
slavery-ish.
But then, like, here's the thing.
Whether or not you are sold as chattel, that is the difference between slavery and anything else.
Legally, we are considered property.
So,
if you know anything about
here's a question, Bigger Agent Smith. If you have, like, just say you're living a life where, everything comes at relative ease. Like, if you want to go and get food, it comes at relative ease to go and get food. If you then decide to uproot that life, just say you're like, okay, I want freedom, and then go out to the bush and live. Now you're a slave to be getting, to trying to fulfill your needs more than your wants. So is that
you're a slave to the elements, kind of?
What?
Become a slave to the elements, right?
Yep, in a way. So is that... Have you just attained more freedom, or would you say that your freedom has decreased then?
I don't think having luxurious items or toys really determines how free you are.
So it's not necessarily luxurious items. What I'm talking about is more everything comes at relative ease. You can just say you can go get food whenever you want in society, because there are people that produce food.
As long as you have money, right?
Yeah, you've got to produce your own... you've got to benefit society in some way yourself. Or at least ideally you would be. And...
Can I stay on the contrast? In the woods, I would benefit myself by having trees that grow fruits by themselves, like all year round, and tend to vegetables and stuff.
But then there would be the issue of what if a drought happens?
Sustainable ecosystem.
Yeah, but what if a drought happens?
You didn't hear me. I said a self-sustainable ecosystem. That doesn't require...
Self-sustainable doesn't necessarily mean stable.
Near self-sustainable. Yeah, it's pretty stable. Self-sustainable is literally... That's part of... You can't have something self-sustainable if it's not stable.
You kind of can.
Who said that?
I think it was...
give me an example. I want to hear one.
Yeah, as I said, there's still catastrophes in nature that can basically kill entire populations. We see this in nature regularly. And even though something is self-regulating, does not mean that those instabilities that naturally occur do not occur.
Okay, yeah, I agree. There's always something that can happen, regardless if it's in nature or in, what is it called? A city. But my point was, he was asking me, how would I go about this problem? I have a self-sustainable ecosystem.
But if a drought happens and nothing can grow for a year, then you're going to be pretty fucked, aren't you?
don't think trees just stop. Like a fruit tree will just not grow fruit if there's a drought. I'm not sure, but if there's a drought, I'll eat some pigs or something. I'll have some cattle or something.
But then you'd have a lot of the animals dying due to lack of food. So it would make life a lot harder on you.
Why is there lack of food?
What? Because if there's a drought, then there isn't enough water to create more fruit, meaning that animals won't be able to get as much to eat, meaning that basically it comes down to
the whole forest is burned down, right?
Huh?
It's talking about like if the whole forest is burned down, worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, just say that the forest you're in burns down. Like, wouldn't that impede on your freedom in some way?
And yeah, but I could say the same for you. If your whole city burns down, you would be put in a pretty shitty position as well. I mean, I know what you're gonna say next. You can always move and get help from the community, and the same can be said for someone who was living like out in nature. If there's other people living the way I'm living, I could go get help from my community.
But one of the problems, one of the things is that when you live in society, by the way, Geo, one person in the chat wants the typists, the people that are typing, to just go and push to talk or mute or something.
God damn it! Sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to society, you actually get benefits that reduce the risks of things like fires. So let's say that there was a bushfire, then you might have something like something like people going out and fighting the fire to try and stop it from spreading. Or let's say there was something like a drought, you might have backup water reserves to be able to combat it. And
for the drought, I didn't want to say it just because I didn't want to argue about it, but I was gonna say I already thought about that, and I was gonna use machines that get water from the air, that just draws water from the air.
But
I mean,
then,
unless you're in a straight desert.
But then you're using the benefits of society.
If you're talking about
how am I using benefits?
Wait, stop. Are you talking about using basically, water condensers to draw water out of the atmosphere? You said you were using devices to get water out of the atmosphere.
Like condensation?
Yeah, but in which way?
Making the surface of an object cold. Then
yeah, I understand what condensation is. I'm just asking what kind of device you're proposing to use.
Maybe some Wait. Why are you planning on sabotaging my ideas or what's the purpose of you asking?
He's trying to fully understand.
I'm asking for what purpose?
To find out what you actually mean.
I told you what I meant. I want to draw water out of the air.
Yeah.
Exactly how is
using what?
Certain method called condensation.
Using what kind of device?
And this is exactly why I didn't want to tell Pan and Walk about my ideas.
Look, if you're trying to use a Peltier cooler or to get water out of the air, I can already tell you that it's more expensive by a factor of at least 3 to 4 magnitudes than just having the water shipped over to you.
I'm working with a guy here who's
you cannot beat the laws of thermodynamics, so good luck with that.
Can I say something in response to what you said?
Sure.
I'm working with some guys down here in San Antonio, and he's literally making what I'm saying, and he's giving them out for free to different countries and states that are needing water. And people don't like that because, like you just mentioned right now, there is money to be made in the very act of giving of exchanging water. You know, people are willing to, you know, make a profit as much as they can, and if they see somebody giving away free water, that's not something they like. And yeah, they are sabotaging and trying to stop that try to act like it's. If they say exactly what you're saying, it's not possible, and then after it's possible, after
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. No, I'm saying it's seriously expensive compared to other methods of getting water by at least a few magnitudes.
Right. Hey, if you say so, I'm not going to argue about it.
A simple wind trap is more effective from a energy cost standpoint, not a monetary cost, but just an energy cost of how much water you gain from what you actually have to utilize for the apparatus. That's what Gay was referring to, is from a energy in versus energy out arrangement. The apparatus that you are describing to us is a waste.
Okay, friends. I was just responding to how he was asking me how I was gonna do things, and there you go. There's my response, and I appreciate your all y'all's input.
Yeah. It was a very interesting conversation, though.
I gotta get going now that you mentioned it. I'm gonna go do some stuff, clean up my
Yeah, I'll have to head out in a few minutes as well. It's almost midnight over here, and I got alarm for tomorrow.
Okay, we'll take care, Geo and Agent Smith.
Okay, Geo, say hi to those quantum physics professors for me.
Okay, sure.
Tell them.
And actually, they're all chemists, but whatever. Yeah, I'll do.
That you were working in the Large Hadron Collider.
No, I don't.
Was another guy?
I work with asymmetric transition metal complexes.
All right, I think I was talking to another German guy then.
Well, as far as I know, I've been the only German guy here in this hangout, at least.
Okay, well, hey, it was fun talking to y'all. I'll see you later, Planet Walk.
All right, see ya.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Do we want to talk about the merits of the public library system?
If you want to.
Let me just say this one thing before I'm heading out. Public libraries aren't a thing everywhere in the world. Over here, basically you need to be a member of the university to which it's attached. Otherwise, you only get partial access or none whatsoever. That depends on the institution.
Also, I might before we get into the next,
I will say this to everyone out there. Every librarian in existence is better at identifying primary sources, where to get resources, how to interpret the information, how to categorize it, how to form it, and how to understand it.
I disagree with how to analyze the information. For that, you need the actual scientist who's working in the corresponding field.
yeah, like
The librarian will definitely be better telling you where to find something. But when it comes to analyzing what's written in there,
if you
ask
have
the scientist.
Okay. So you are in Podunkville, United States. What do you do?
I mean, where? What?
Podunkville, United States. Generic town. You want information. Where do you go?
I switch on my computer and tap into the university network.
You're in Podunkville, United States. Sorry.
Yes.
You have been transported to Podunkville, United States. You don't understand. There is no internet.
It's
gone.
No,
it's
that
gone.
Is bullshit.
It's gone.
That is
no.
bullshit
it's gone.
argument.
It's gone. The internet is gone. Where do you go? Internet's gone. Poof. Toast. What is left? You do not understand how finite this information is.
And yet I'm the alarmist.
I actually don't agree. At this point, the information that we can access as a society is so widespread over the planet that it's basically indestructible.
I mean, no. All that has to happen is we lose our access to oil. We lose the capability of being able to use oil and natural resources any sort of energy. As soon as our ability to do that is gone, the internet is gone. It is a pure electric existence. As soon as we lose our capability of generating an insane amount of energy compared to the resources that we waste.
But even
the internet is not going to exist the way, the way things keep going. I'm sorry, we are dead in 10 years. Society is over in 10 years.
But, okay, stop.
Nuclear war.
Stop. I'm willing to bet with you. So, if we meet here again on the 3rd of January 2030, and society is still running, here's the bet I propose. If you are right, well, obviously I would have no way to communicate with you anymore, but I just swear, I guess, that I would still do that. Then I would get a tattoo on my forehead saying moron or idiot or any text that you want. On the other hand, I demand the same thing from you, that if we have the capability in 10 years to still communicate over the internet, me sitting in Nuremberg, Germany, and you sitting in, I don't know where, US probably, then you get that tattoo and write on your forehead whatever I choose to do. Is that a deal?
Sir, you don't seem to understand that my body is falling apart so fast.
Okay, I really feel for you, but you really need to stop playing that card.
I'm saying, I'm dead. I'm just, I really do not value my existence.
All right, so what do you have to lose then? Accepting that bet. Because if I see this correctly, either you'll be dead in 10 years, in which way you could not lose the bet, or we would still be alive and I would lose the bet.
I am not acknowledging your argument. I am not acknowledging your bet. At this point, I don't feel like acknowledging that you exist. Goodbye.
What? Do you think that I don't exist? Is that what you're saying? And he's gone.
Yeah.
Did he seriously just say that he's not or he doesn't think that I exist?
I think he's not willing to affirm your existence or something like that.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck? I don't know what to say. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say either.
I will say this, Nutkin, if you're listening, I really hope you take this to heart. Stop with the double standard in the victim card, please.
I think that's a reasonable request. There was something that I was going to say, but I completely forgot it. I was gonna read out the. Oh, actually, I remember what I was gonna say. Although M.C.Nutkin isn't here, so what I was gonna say was, when it comes to the information available through the internet, everything is available right at your fingertips. Okay, sometimes there are paywalls. Sometimes you've got
paywalls and geo-blocking are basically 90% of the problem combined.
But then if you want to go to a library, right? What library are you going to? Are you going to go to the one in Washington? Are you going to go to one that's out in the middle of nowhere? If you go to the one out in the middle of nowhere, I guarantee you that there's going to be less information in that library compared to the one in Washington. And
even then, the one in Washington will still have less information available than what you can access to the internet. The amount of usefulness of that information is not the question here, it's just the amount of information. If you need something very specific, like an original document where only one physical copy exists, obviously you have to go to the place where that physical copy is. But otherwise, and that's the beauty of the internet, we can duplicate everything as quickly as we can imagine, basically. And we can send that information to anywhere on the surface of the planet, provided that we have internet access, which is, let's be honest, at this day and age, practically everywhere, even though the speed sometimes sucks. That is much more valuable than having a physical library. And even if he's making the argument that the internet is volatile in the sense that it can be destroyed relatively easily by just either some sort of computer virus or just fucking up the electrical grid, even then we have backups for that. We have those storage vaults with tons of information that is being, well, stored in case something like that happens, so that it can be recovered. So even then, a library wouldn't necessarily be the best option. It's just better to reinstall the system.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and when it comes to... I had something before, but I've forgotten it. It's very easy to forget stuff. But yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. Like, oh yeah, and one of the benefits that the internet has over a library is that the internet is generally run on technology, right? And so one of those technologies is often called either Google Chrome, Firefox, Internet Explorer, Microsoft Edge, or Safari, right? And I'm pretty sure that all 5 of those internet browsers have a command called Control F, where if you press Control F, if you're looking for a particular point in a document, you can find it. Just like that.
Yep. I mean, obviously, this only works for text documents. If you just have a picture of something, like scans of a book, that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
You would have to digitalize the entire thing first. But yes, I tend to agree. And obviously, you never have that advantage in books ever if you don't count the index at the beginning.
Yeah, if I wanted to find... I've got this book right here. It's called The Holy Bible. I don't see it as being also all that holy, but that's...
What do you mean, the toilet paper thing?
Yeah, that's besides the point, you know. It does have an index, but if I want to find a particular passage, I have to... Like, if I want to find the passage where Jesus says to give all your money to the poor, it's like, well, I don't know what verse it's in or what chapter it's in, you know. I wouldn't be able to tell you where it is. I'd have to read the entire thing to find it. But, you know, if I go on the internet, I can find that just like that. So, you know.
Yeah, again, the ability to search the information that you actually need is much better in all digital systems for the very reason that you pointed out. Because you can sieve out that little piece of information in this giant pool of data that is available within a split second.
Yeah, and
thanks to the invention of the transistor.
Yeah, and I will give Nutkin this in that the public library system in the U.S. is a worthy and admirable source of information. However, it is far from complete. And one of the comments that I made in the background chat that he ignored was that the majority of the research that I've had to do for papers and projects during these last couple years of school, I have had to use 99% the school network simply because of the access gained through it that I needed to get to the source material, to the actual research papers, and those are not accessible for free from a public library.
Correct. It's the same over here. Basically, all scientific papers are either behind a paywall, or you can only access them when you're tapped into a network of a university, for example. Which is what I use 99% of the time for my thesis. And this is actually something that I would want to have changed. I think that all scientific information that we gather as a society should be common. It should not be hidden behind a paywall. It should be free to be accessed for everybody who is basically a taxpayer who is funding the research, which is everyone. So, in my opinion, this is something that needs to be done as soon as possible. Because being able to access information is one of the greatest things that we have achieved so far, I think, as a society. And that's what's actually making us powerful. The ability not having to learn everything from scratch, but being able to store information and share it and make it available to everybody who is interested or needs it for whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because if you go strictly with tangible source material, like you're mentioning before about having to get your hands on the original paper or a hard copy of it from somewhere, you're going to run into a situation like, think about the amount of information and the histories and the chronologies that were lost when the Library of Alexandria went up in flames.
Oh, don't even start with the book burnings. That's still a wound spot here.
Well, that's why I went all the way back to ancient Egypt and Greece.
You cut out there.
That's the beauty. That's the beauty of the internet. Destroying physical copies doesn't have an effect anymore. That's basically it.
Because it always exists. So the moral of the story is, don't put your nudes on the internet. Because even if you destroy the physical copies, they'll still exist.
They're never going to disappear again.
What was that, 82?
Better have a better iCloud password. Just saying. Looking at you there, Jennifer Lawrence.
Once they're out there, they're out there. There's no taking that shit back.
So, that's why Red's rhetoric is very careful not to share his face, because once it's out there, it's
Look, I've seen it. I've seen his face, and I can understand the decision of the Alabama Supreme Court to not use him in executions anymore, because that's just fucking cruel.
So, how did you survive? Are you a ghost?
No, it's basically like in Harry Potter 2. First of all, I saw him through a webcam, and then I'm super short-sighted, so I didn't really see every detail, which is why I barely survived.
Ah, okay.
And even then, I'm now more short-sighted than before. I'm now at 7 dioptrins.
Okay. I'm guessing that's from seeing Red's rhetoric's face.
God damn, and
Mostly.
I thought mine was bad at 5 1/4.
Well, Jared, we both know what happened to you after you saw Red.
Yeah, surgery can do wonders.
I'm talking about the Captain Pike thing.
One of the things I
know. And like I said, medical technology improvements can do wonders.
One of the things I do want to there's something I was... Oh yeah, one of the things that I do want to point out was, when it comes to the internet, one it's not a benefit, it's the opposite of a benefit. One thing that does come from the internet is the ability to cherry pick a lot better than before.
You think it's easier to cherry pick on the internet?
Yeah, well, I think that when it comes to cherry picking now, it's very easy to cherry pick because you can basically search for what you're trying to cherry pick.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's harder for somebody to check if you were cherry picking when only physical copies are available. Because again, the searches are much longer. So cherry picking is probably easier on the internet, I agree. But being found out that you cherry picked is much easier as well on the internet.
Yep. It's like these debates that we have. They're a lot easier due to the internet. If I'm having a debate with someone in real life, it becomes very difficult because quite often they won't be arguing from something that's on the internet. They'll be saying, "Oh, I've seen a show or something." It's like, well, just because.
And then you run into the problem that you don't have the ability to disprove him immediately because you would have to give him the benefit of the doubt. But what he's saying is correct, and then this argument leads to nowhere because it will just be he said, he said, she said, whatever. Yeah. That's the beauty of the internet. As you said, here we have the ability. You're making a claim. You're going to be able to verify it within a few seconds or minutes or whatever it takes you to read the article in question, and I'll be instantly able to either confirm or refute that.
Yeah, like I've had some really bad arguments in real life where it's been a case of I know what you're saying is bullshit.
I know the feeling.
Yeah, so yeah, they're always fun.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Oh, well, fun is such a subjective and relative term now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that if Flat Earth Aussie Jesus were to come on, that would be fun.
Honestly, if Flat Earth Aussie Jesus was to come in, I would leave for ethical reasons. No, I'm not. I'm serious.
Yeah, I know.
Apparently, it came out that he has a brain tumor, and since in this case we have to assume that what he's saying is caused by that because his brain is literally malfunctioning, I don't think it would be ethical to argue against that.
Oh, so I didn't realize that I didn't realize he actually had a brain tumor. I thought someone was joking when they said that apparently Flat Earth Aussie Jesus is saying that he doesn't have a brain tumor.
No, I think he was talking about it a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was talking. No, he was talking about it a matter of a month and a half ago and more. What he has said in the last few weeks, I have no freaking clue because I don't talk to the guy on a regular basis.
So yeah, and in my opinion, since this is literally a case of brain malfunctioning, I think we should just give him the benefit of the doubt and say that if he was medically healthy, he would not make such idiotic and outrageous claims.
Yeah. I think that it's probably. I probably would actually have to agree with you, Gio, on that because I didn't know that he actually had a brain tumor. I thought that someone was just joking.
It's the same reason why you don't argue with somebody who has Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
It just makes no sense.
Yeah, even if they're making really bad points, it's like, well, they're probably not going to, even if you convince them on a point, they're probably not going to remember it the next day,
Even then, and you can't make them responsible for what they are saying. Because, again, they're influenced by an illness.
Yeah. But I do hope Flat Earth Aussie Jesus gets better soon,
I hope as well, yeah. Obviously, I mean, he's a human being. Obviously, we don't want him to suffer, I hope.
Because he would have to be one of the... when it comes to Flat Earthers, he would have to be probably one of the most chill Flat Earthers that I know of. Although it isn't very hard because you got likes of Nathan right the hand and a lot of...
multiple Nathans, let's just keep it at that.
Yeah. Yeah, so, But yeah, that really sucks for him, though. That he's got a brain tumor.
Obviously, I mean, that's one of the worst diseases to have. I mean, I could imagine that anal cancer is worse, but I don't want to compare.
Yeah. One thing that there's something... Oh, yeah, I was going to go to Super Chats, wasn't I?
Yeah, I think that's where all this was heading, so go. I think we've kept you enough. You can...
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Thanks
you've been
very much for having me on. It was fun.
Yeah.
I need to do this more.
Yeah, I need to get more people on because it's been... the problem is that it's very hard to get people on to debate. I'll get people like Bigger Agent Smith on who will come on regularly, and he's always a good conversation but sometimes it's the same things over and over again, trying to explain to someone something that you're trying to explain something that you've already explained multiple times, and you've got to work out, okay, how do I explain it in a way that they'll actually get it this time? And
Can you do me one favor though? Should M.C.Nutkin, however you pronounce that, join later? Can you ask whether if he thinks that he's an authority on nuclear warfare because he's played Fallout, that I'm an expert of about carpet bombing because I live in a city that was carpet bombed?
Okay.
Just want to know if he actually understands how his argument there is flawed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
And see you next time.
See you, Gio. Yeah. Although it was also very entertaining having you on 82 because I didn't expect to have that kind of argument.
There is a reason why I typically I'm very measured with what I talk about, especially in international politics, because I've had people say, "Oh, you should go into politics. Your ideas that you've said are great." It's like, yeah, but it's the other ones that people don't want to hear that would get me in trouble.
Like when it comes
because I would be so say I was a member of Congress right now for the U.S. I would be that one that after this would be there in front of a camera saying, "Well, since it's been going this way, why not go all in?" I mean, really, let's stop with the love taps. Let's do it. All or nothing, people. Come on, one or the other. Pick one. And it would piss people off.
Oh,
but
definitely.
You know what? That's part of the play. That's what I actually wanted. I wanted to get people to realize that the middle ground isn't working. The middle ground approach that has been utilized for decades now is leading us slowly towards the all-out warfare. So if that's the case, why not go out? Well, we don't want to do that. It would be too much. It would be too much. Then cut your shit.
Yeah, like one of the things that it comes to is people will have a visceral knee-jerk reaction to that. So to the things that you're saying, but when I actually stop to think about it, like you can even go back and listen to my reaction. It was kind of like a shit, what are you saying kind of reaction, you know? But when it actually got to the debate between you and M.C.Nutkin, I found myself kind of really understanding where you were coming from. And a lot of people aren't able to get past that initial emotional reaction.
And that's part of it, is people need to realize that an initial reaction is very rarely the one to go with. Also, there's the other bit that action for the sake of action is never the right choice. If you're going to make a decision and actually commit it to an act that is followed up on and actually completed, the reason for that action needs to be clear and understood.
Definitely. All right, I'm gonna read super chats and then we'll get back to chatting and stuff. So 1 minute debunk for £2 says, "Make climate change illegal. Problem solved." What do you think of it?
You know, I am willing to listen to people's ideas and propositions for trying to address something. Just be able to explain it well enough that it can be understood.
Yeah.
And do that, and then I will criticize it. So far, because of audio issues, and plus I was driving at the time, I'll admit, I'm not going to criticize what Nutkin said at this point, because I'm going to have to go back and listen to the entirety of it, and who knows, I might just find a number of ways that it is, in reality, straight up impossible.
Yeah. And John Rapp for $5 said, "Oh yes, super chats. Forgot, sorry, Planner Walk. Happy New Year to you and all here." And yeah, you don't have to worry about super chats. You know, I'm doing pretty fine. So you know. But yeah, those are the two super chats that I've received so far. But yeah, one thing I'm just going to mention real quick is I haven't seen this cloud moving towards New Zealand all that much, because I've had it up for maybe the last 2 to 3 hours. It hasn't been moving towards New Zealand. I think it's been more going north a bit, maybe. It's been moving a little bit towards New Zealand.
Okay, I'm watching the chat a little more now. You might want to be careful with saying that you're doing fine, because Hugh just said to you, "You're doing fine? I'll reduce my Patreon contribution."
Well, let me rephrase that. I'm doing fine because of my Patreon contributors.
Yeah, and as for the propagation of that cloud, one, are the fires that it came from still burning? And two, what do the high-level jet streams actually look like in that area? Because it could be that it's kind of stagnant and appearing because it is stuck in that channel, in that essential corridor, but also is still being replenished with enough new smoke that it gives the appearance of little to no motion.
Yeah, that could be a possibility as well, because by the looks of it, and this is just going off looks, if you look along the coastal region here of Australia, you can see what appears to be smoke that smoke coming out of the forests, which would probably be from the bushfires. So, you know.
Yeah, and Dora says, so we demand more entertainment or the Patreon contribution will be reduced. Well, so I guess I'm going to have to come up with more hot takes like that to really egg people on and get conversation going.
Yeah, because that was a very entertaining conversation, I'll admit. But one of the disappointing things is that Why You Are an Idiot hasn't shown up. I'm going to give him a bit of extra time to show up, because, you know, he's got one of the worst takes that I can ever. It is, from what I can tell, it's probably going to be an absolute incel take.
You know, I wonder what his take on what I actually said would have been.
He would have disagreed, probably.
Been really interesting.
Did you cut out there?
You cut out on my end. I didn't hear the end.
Oh, well, I said that he'd probably disagree with you.
And I wonder how, though. That's the part that has my curiosity. Is I don't mind people disagreeing with me or saying that they don't agree with what I'm saying or trying to say that what I'm saying wrong is, okay, you've made that statement. Now explain it. How am I wrong? What is it that I said that is in error? And then you could really get a conversation going, because then you're actually getting to what's going on.
Yeah. Because, you know, like one of the issues that you had with MC.Nutkin is that it was very emotional sort of reaction, you know, and he wasn't.
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah, he came in guns ablazing, all trying to go haymakers all over the place, and it's like, okay, I like the enthusiasm, good on you, but how about you actually respond to what I said and not what you think I said?
And like
I mean, that's the biggest thing for me is if you're going to try to say that I'm saying something and I tell you, no, that's not what I said, that should be a clue to stop flapping the gums and allow me to repeat myself so you can actually hear it.
But I would probably have been able to make a much better argument I probably would have been able to formulate a much better argument, because I actually try and, when I'm arguing with someone, I try to listen to what they're saying. Now, sometimes they'll be saying so much shit that it'll be like, okay, I don't even know what you're trying to say. Like when I've argued with Nathan Oakley in the past, I don't know what the fuck he was trying to explain. He was trying to explain some shit about why objects should disappear bottom up. And I was trying to carry along. I was trying to work out what he was trying to say. Like he was saying something about if you lift your hand up, and it's like, okay, what does that have to do with it? But when he eventually explained something that I heard before, it's like, oh, I get what you're saying now. Now I can go ahead to try and debunk it if you were to unmute me.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing is, sometimes it comes off as a bit condescending and a bit confrontational, but the purpose of most of my initial responses when someone's trying to say something is actually to make sure that they are saying what they actually intend to, what they actually mean. So even with Nutkin there, how many times does it say, are you saying this?
Yeah.
Is this what you mean? Are you really saying this? And it just flew right by. Just like when he was going off, it was like, okay, how about you respond to what I actually said?
Yeah, like that's the difference between straw manning and steel manning. A steel man is where you try and repeat someone's arguments to make sure that in a slightly different way to make sure that you understand what their arguments are. Because if you don't understand what they're trying to say, then you're not going to get anywhere. Whereas if you do understand what they're trying to say, then it's like, okay, now we can have a discussion about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about... most people don't understand what steel manning is, and it's really getting to a common ground and making sure you're not talking past each other. Because that is a big thing. The majority of apparent disagreements, especially in this realm, in this sort of construct with live streams, podcasts, and everything, the vast majority of it comes down to the people talking past each other.
Yeah. Like, when it comes to these ideas of these ideas that people throw out, people will throw out what sounds like an insane idea, and I'll still disagree with your ideas of all or nothing, right? But I won't go ahead and say. I won't go ahead and give an emotional response like MC.Nutkin did. I'll actually go ahead and say, well, the likelihood of having that all or response, all or nothing idea is very minuscule, and it's pretty much going to be a pipe dream. You wouldn't be able to get. I don't think you'd be able to get anybody on board with it because, even though if you were to posit it to the US government or something, you'd probably have the response be like, "Get the fuck out of here!" We're gonna.
Yeah, and that's exactly my point. Is that my idea and what I put forth was more pie in the sky than what Nutkin did. Yeah. But both of them are impractical in reality, based on the people who are actually there and just the construct of the dynamics of how the governments actually work and then actually interact with each other. And I recognize that, which is why it's like, you said you wanted a hot take? Well, oh boy, do I have one for you.
Yeah. And you weren't wrong. I think we need to have more of these debates where it's someone like you will come in with a hot take and then we'll discuss that hot take, because that's fun,
Yeah, exactly. And it's a change of pace, and when you have people who are actually willing to actually interact on it, even with the way it happened today, I will admit, now looking back on it, I'm laughing. Even during the middle of it, I was laughing at times during it, because I saw the entertainment value, but also at the same time, if you get beyond just that surface veneer of entertainment value to it, there was still information there that came out of it that could actually go towards someone getting a better read of the situation.
Yeah. I do like what...
okay, so 36 asked, I hear people talking about hot takes all the time. What exactly is a hot take? It is an idea or proposition. So hot take actually is straight up from media. The first time I heard it was actually in relation to sports topics, where there is a lot of opinion and speculation thrown out there. And what they term as a hot take is one that is maybe not intentional, but effectively controversial in either what is said or how it's presented.
Yeah. So, like, if I were to say something like, I'm just trying to work out a hot take that, like, if I were to say something like, I believe you can say whatever words you want, right? Including, like, the N-word. That might be considered a hot take to some people.
Yeah, I could see that because especially certain terminology have particular connotations to it that are sensitive subjects, to put it nicely.
Actually, but a way to phrase it in a way to phrase it more in a hot take way might be, I believe that white people should be able to say the N-word. You know, that would be a more of a hot take type of way of saying it.
Yeah, or like in Clerks 2, where he put a particular term on the back of his shirt at work, and it was like, "What? I'm taking it back." That falls into that line as well.
Okay. I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, yeah, Randall. Hang on, I'll put it into. I'll put the text into the background chat to determine whether or not you want it actually said. But
yeah, probably won't.
This,
won't want
this was said by. Yeah, this was what Randall put on the back of his work shirt, and had that reaction to when an African American couple came in to get their order. He turned around and the wife was like, "Oh, hell no, we ain't getting anything from here."
Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of understand what it might be, but you also might.
That's what he put on the back of his work shirt.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah, you can kind of see how that would push a few buttons.
Yeah, it's like some of the people. Do you remember when that Ghostbusters movie was coming out?
The remake, the relaunch.
Yeah. So when it came to that Ghostbusters movie, essentially there were some people that called one of the women an ape, right? Or says that she looks like an ape, and that that was like, you can criticize a movie, but you shouldn't compare someone who is an African American to an ape.
Yeah, and that's the connotation from that one that was used in Clerks too.
Yeah. So
and that's the thing is there are some things that I agree with that shouldn't be said at all, in my opinion. It's not that one group has the right or the ability to say it over another. No, I'm more all or nothing in that bit. Is if a particular phrase is so offensive that certain people can't say it, then no one should be using it in that way.
Yep. So yeah, when it comes to those sorts of things, I'd agree with you. It's either all or nothing. And when it comes to insulting, I do think you can kind of. I do think that there's a sort of limit there, if you get what I mean. So if you're using the way that I see it is, if you're using a particular word in a way to just say, let's say I say something to you, let's say I call you an arsehole, right? Now, if I'm calling you an arsehole, or if I call Fight the Flat Earth an arsehole, I'm probably meaning it in a good faith way. However, if I'm saying to Nathan Oakley that he's an arsehole, I probably legitimately mean that he's an arsehole.
Well, yeah, and that is both the beauty and frustration with language in general, no matter what language you're actually using, is that you can one word, like you said there, the term asshole can be utilized in so many variations that it's difficult to peg it down to try to attribute any specific type of usage. Because, yeah, like you said, with a good friend of yours, you can literally be calling him an asshole while laughing at the same time. And then on the flip side, someone ticks you off and it's entirely their behavior and they almost have a knowing look that, yeah, I'm doing this just to piss you off. You would be right to call that person an asshole, and it is an entirely negative connotation.
Yeah. That's also like, I'll call sometimes I'll just call my friend a bitch, right? And we'll laugh about it. But if I were to call, some random person I meet a bitch, they'll be like, what the fuck did you just call me? Or if I were to say that to my mum, if I were to call her a bitch, she might laugh, but she would be right in being offended. So yeah. You there, 82?
Oh yeah, sorry. Just typing in the background to 36 to explain why that term that I referenced from the movie is one of those that I'm like, yeah, no one should be saying that at all.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll read out the super chats because we've gotten a few more. John Rapp for $2 saying, make smoking illegal, my problem solved. And in New Zealand, they're actually, they're not trying to make smoking illegal, they're trying to minimize the availability of cigarettes, because people in America, when they hear about this price of cigarettes in New Zealand, they're like, what the fuck? A pack of cigarette costs like $30 in New Zealand? And they'll be like, holy shit, that's expensive. And yeah, it's because the government put so many taxes on them to try and discourage people from smoking. And then 1 minute debunk for £2 says, so sad to hear your super chat button is broken. Yeah, and Jonas.
well, gotta test it to make sure it's still working.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the thing. Sometimes on streams when I get absolutely no super chats, I'm like, what the fuck, is my super chat button broken? One person did say about onions. Who's saying about onions? Dora said, assholes are like opinions. Most people have one. And people were saying they read that as onions. But what did someone say in the chat? Someone said something. Jonas Rivers said, as a smoker, fuck that shit. Yeah. I know that a lot of smokers aren't too happy with the taxes of cigarettes in New Zealand. I'm not sure if it's the same in Australia or not.
So I see in the chat, Treading the Board said during the 1960s, an Australian TV star interviewing Muhammad Ali said to the audience, "I like the boy." To us, that was a harmless statement, but to Ali, it was almost racist. And the reason for that is, at the time, a lot of your racist language really does date back to the Deep South in the U.S., where the actual usage of slaves was most prevalent. And the common terminology, other than the N-word that was used to identify a slave versus a free white man, was actually calling them all boys. Like, come here, boy, I got some work for you. That was
okay.
that was really, really bad, especially around then. And part of the reason why Muhammad Ali actually the main reason why he changed his name from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali, aside from him going to the Islamic faith, was because he started to view the name of Cassius Clay as his slave name. Because keep in mind, in the late 50s, early 60s was when the civil rights movement really started to pick up steam in the U.S. And it was from that Deep South origin.
Yeah. Like when reading that, I'd have thought it rather innocuous, but, you know, some people would have that very racial impact. One person did say, does higher cigarette tax mean less freedom?
No, because you still have the same amount of freedom to choose whether or not to continue your activity of smoking. Just because they change the value to it doesn't mean it's changing whether or not you have that choice.
One of the things that, one of the interesting things is that people will often bring up free will in discussions, and I don't believe in free will. I don't think that free will actually exists. You have freedom to choose different things, but I don't think that free will exists as far as you can, like, there's an illusion of free will, but your choices are often decided by your wants, and you don't get to choose your wants.
Well, and so I would say that you still have free will, because while you may have urges that do have the biological origin, you still have the ability and the cognitive agency on whether or not to act upon the vast majority, if not the entirety of them. Other than, of course, the biological need to eat, breathe, and drink water to maintain your life.
But when it comes... Okay, think about this. If you have a want, if you want to do something, right? Now, there may be you may have a choice between two things you want, and it comes down to what do you want more. So just say you want to pick up a pen, or you might want to pick up a chocolate bar or something off the ground. Now one of them you might want to do more. Just say you want to pick up the chocolate bar off the ground more, so you would pick up that. Now, you don't get to decide that you want to do that more. Now, let's say that you do decide that you want to do something, right? Let's say you decide that I'm going to try and want something. Okay, well, what's informing that decision to decide that you want to do that? What's informing that decision for you to decide to want something, right? It's probably a want. Now, if you keep on going back, you know, eventually each want that you have will come from somewhere that isn't you. Or maybe a biological drive.
Even going away from the biological side, like, there are times that what may present as a want or a desire, a lot of it actually can be attributed to social and especially the media-based conditioning and subliminal messages, which is actually a huge bit of marketing campaigns. So there is that bit of it too. And where I say my stance on why you still have the freedom of choices, despite the internal or external factors of and how they may or may not to what extent they impact your perception of the desire to do said act or want said product, you still have a choice in that you still have a measure of agency on whether you do or do not act on it. Because it's one of those things where I can see two things that I want, that are apparently equal in value if I were to choose one of them. But I still have the agency to delay that gratification and not make either choice. So there's still that outlier too. And because that option is there, you really do have that ability to really determine where things go from there. Now, if you go towards what some people see as pretty much a predestination type of outlook to the universe, where even the appearance of your choices are actually what they are, and it's pretty much your situation, your history, your mental state, your biological state, and everything that has a minute factor that makes you the summation of all of that will make the determination of that apparent choice for you. And that's where I think it gets really interesting, is how much of it is that and how much of it is an active bit from yourself.
Well, I think that I'd have to go down that route where I think that a lot of choices are predetermined, right? And but I try and make it from a simpler point of view, like wants versus choices. So I think that all choices can be informed by wants, right? And all choices that you do make come down to what you want to do. So so it may not be a direct. So you might say, okay, I want to buy a guitar, right? Now, wanting to buy a guitar may not necessarily be the reason why you don't buy a guitar. In fact, it wouldn't be the reason why you don't buy a guitar, because there'll probably be some other factor. Now, just say there's a choice between two options. Just say you can either buy a guitar or a piano. And you decide, I do want a guitar, but I also want a piano. And then you decide to get neither and wait. Well, there's probably going to be some other factor of want that will inform why you don't get either. So it could be something down to I want to have money just in case something bad happens, or it could be, or what if the price goes down? I could buy it cheaper later, or something like that. So there'll be some other factor that will usually be informed by a want that influences your decision, or informs the decision that you make.
No, and it's certainly an interesting view when you compare the two, because while I'm of the mindset that a lot of people do have more agency in a situation than they are often willing to admit to. That's my view of it, of coming from that stance of free will. But at the same time, a lot of the arguments I've heard for that predeterminationism aspect that yourself and another gentleman I spoke to in the last couple of weeks about at length it's compelling. I can definitely see the logic and the reason behind it. It's just I'm not sure if I'm able to accept it in the entirety that you guys have. But I don't fault anyone for having that stance as of this point, because again, this is the fun bit of philosophy, is as long as you're making the cogent argument and can actually support and explain it, the proposition is potentially valid.
That's why I love philosophy. It's a shame that more flat earthers don't actually get into philosophy.
Oh, with how they screw up other basic elementary stuff, are you sure you want to encourage them in that?
Well, you get people like Sleeping Warrior saying, you get people like him going, well, philosophy isn't scientific, so no philosophy. It's like, well, and science is kind of informed by philosophy. There's this thing called the scientific method that you love, which was basically designed using philosophy.
Yeah, so a lot of people I've talked to and have spoken at length with about on the topics, they know my stance on philosophy rather clear. Philosophy alone, pure philosophy, in my opinion, my view, is mental masturbation.
Good way to put it.
Not wrong. But at the same time, I recognize where the principles from philosophy have a direct impact on what I have chosen to do professionally and also academically. Because when it comes to the sciences, when it comes to your STEM fields, the reason why your highest level degree, even in science, is not a master's, it's a PhD. It's a doctorate of philosophy. And the reason for that is because at those higher levels, you are quite literally asking a question and then trying to determine the answer. And philosophy at its core is the art of asking a question and then how do you determine it?
Yeah. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so while they're connected, there is still there's a definitive separation, but they're still connected enough to where one does impact the other.
One person did ask me in the chat, on this topic, do you believe in the concept of fate? It depends what you mean by fate. Like, do I believe that the universe has some kind of ultimate goal that we're heading for? No. Do I believe that things will happen in a particular way that humans ultimately have no choice over? Yes.
Yeah, no, I can see that. However, I would understand the question in this way. In terms of fate, I wouldn't look at fate as some big ultimate end goal. I would just look at fate in the usage of the determined outcome of your path through this existence, which would ultimately be everyone dies. That's the ultimate fate. That's the ultimate end being. Everyone's biological clock ends up stopping. What you do along that way, that's where it gets interesting.
And he says, I believe in fate in the form of the future. Things are going to happen. Things that are going to happen purely on the basis of that is what is going to happen. Yeah, that would be a good way to describe it. I think that things that... here's the way that I view the universe. Everything that... Oh, I've got fruit force. Everything that can happen, or everything that will happen in the future, has already happened. So you can view time as like a dimension where
multiverse.
Well, the way that you can view time as like a dimension. So basically, we are beings able to travel through the dimension of time in a singular way, or at least that's what we observe it. But an outside observer might just observe time happening instantaneously, and so, or maybe not even observe it happening instantaneously, because that still implies that there is time. They might just observe time as being static, something that has that exists, and things appear to change in the other dimensions as it moves through time. It's very hard to describe. Basically, they don't see time as happening, they just see time as another dimension. Kind of like we don't see kind of like we don't see an X or Y axis as happening, we just see it as an X or Y axis.
Yeah, it's just a facet of the experience that we call reality that we are taking a part of, whether you... And that's a whole nother ball of wax from a philosophical standpoint that we could get into on... Are we all individuals having a shared experience to some extent, or are we just manifestations within one giant mind, and who knows who the actual mind at play is? I mean, like, you have the Boltzmann brain proposition going on there. You have the matrix theorem that people have put out there of just interconnected mind-like states interacting with each other. There's such variety on that avenue alone. It's one of the parts that gives me a little bit of hope that humanity is worth saving long term.
Yeah. One of the things I do want to just point out in chat is Multi-Tom-Tom said, all around the globe, they're finding the Earth is flat.
But if they're finding it's flat, how can they be around the globe? Nice Freudian slip there, Tom.
Yeah, it's kind of like when the Flat Earth Society said, the Flat Earth Society has members all around the globe.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh no, you want to hear a good one? If you, I don't know the timestamp off the top of my head, but during MCToon's last live stream,
All around the world.
when Russian vids came on, there was a bit that I caught a Freudian slip he said about the shape of the Earth, and I mentioned it as like, funny that Freudian slip you just said there, and Russian vids just kept on going.
What was the Freudian slip?
He said that, if I remember correctly, the exact wording was, it's either a ball or a sphere. and yeah, big freaking slip. I immediately caught it. MCToon caught it, but I was the one who said, you're right. It is either a ball or a sphere. Thank you for that Freudian slip there, Russian vids.
One person in the chat also says, how long was it before Russian vids called MCToon a tranny?
He didn't. He did continuously call him McGoon.
Oh, okay. Because I know that he'll often call people like Sean a tranny or something like that.
Anyone he doesn't like who has the potential or the actual mammary tissues are the ones that he does that to. So Sean, Cheshire Vic, and a few up.
Oh, okay. It amazes me how many trannies there are in the world according to the conspiracy theorists.
Do you actually believe that there's over 1 million flat earthers on Earth?
Yeah, I gotta throw the BS flag on that one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think that most people that that probably say that they believe the Earth is flat in surveys, they're probably joking.
Idiots.
No, they're probably joking. They're probably being like, "Oh yeah, sure, the Earth is flat," just as like a joke, you know.
That's momentarily idiocy. I mean,
It's more like they're trolling, to be more specific.
exactly. Momentary
'cause
idiocy.
To most normal people, right, flat Earth is just a meme. It's just a meme that's funny. To people like me, Jared, Simon, Dan, we've gone, well, actually it can be a little bit problematic when you've got people believing it on the scale that they're believing it. But to most people, it's just a funny meme. So yeah. One person says tranny was old slang for a portable radio. Oh, I did not know that. The more you learn. Flatties are debunking science. Really? How so? How can you debunk science? Please educate everyone on this astounding revelation that you have made. Oh, tran.ny is a transmission. Ah. That's actually interesting. Who's typing? It's the fruit. It's the fruit force guy. So
Welcome to the fruit bowl.
So 82. Whilst I'm waiting for a response. Oh, so wait, are flatties using pseudoscience to debunk science, or are they debunking science that you think is pseudoscience? So 82. Don't you have Veterans Weekly today, or is that
in hour and a half? But I do need to go get some dinner for myself and the critters, so
yeah,
I will be out of here momentarily.
Because yeah, I'm gonna end up the stream in like 5 minutes. Okay, Multi-Tom is saying we've already debunked Newton and Einstein. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You just don't understand Newton and Einstein.
Oh yeah, I remember when Pythagoras was called a Satanist by what's his face. Oh, that Satanist! It's like it's just math.
Yeah, pretty much.
Quite literally just math. Even if he wasn't alive, that math statement would still be true. It just wouldn't be discovered yet. And he used it to scam a lot of people, so a lot of people call him Satanist. They didn't quite literally believe he was, but some people did. But majority of consensus was, yeah, he's scamming the shit out of people, because he kind of had his own little cult thing going.
Yeah.
Which I think is hilarious.
Although, you know, there's a lot of... Like, as you go back into history, there's a lot of things of what's actually going on here, you know? Like, you know, if take something like the whole Syssiphus thing with where apparently Syssiphus proves Jesus, and I'm like, okay, what I want to know is, if Syssiphus mentioned Jesus, what did he call him? Did he call Jesus in the scripts, or did he call them Yeshua? Because if he called them Jesus, then that's a bit of a problem. Okay, Multi-Tom says I can hear Wolfie breathing, and so here's the thing when it comes to my little display icon. It says Wolfie 3010 because that's what McFlatty called me. I don't know if anyone.
Yeah, because you're not quite big enough to be the full Wolfie 6020.
Yeah, because
damn
Wolfie.
Like quarter.
Well, because McFlatty said that essentially I'm Wolfie 3010 because I'm Wolfie 6020's son, apparently. Please stop breathing. You get to hear me breathing.
Well, it's kind of like there are times that someone will be reviewing a video of Stupid, and I'll start telling the person in the video, please, just stop. Please, just stop breathing.
Yeah. I can understand that. And Multi-Tom is saying 6020 is a chicken anyway. Why do you say that, Multi-Tom? Is it because you want to... Tommy Boy is saying that because Tommy Boy is the one who refuses to go onto any channel that is monetized. Okay. Oh yes. Oh yeah, I remember actually he said that if he goes onto a channel that has super chats, right? He wants half the super chat money. It's like, no. You know, people are generally giving super chat money to the creator. Now, people can choose whether to support me or not. You know, it's up to them. But for someone to demand that I give you half the super chat money from coming on, it's like, no. You know, people are choosing to support me, and I can choose to give. You know, if I go onto someone else's channel, I can choose to give my support to them. You know, it's all about. It's all about whether people want to support you, and you know, maybe there might be some people in the chat that will go, actually, you know what, I want to support Multi Tom Tom, right? And then they can go over to your channel and support you, you know. So yeah, that's the way that I view it.
All right. Well, it has certainly been enjoyable and a blast, and looking forward to the next one. In the meantime, like I said, I'm gonna go feed myself, the wife, the animals, and then I will be live on my channel in just under 90 minutes.
Yep, and I'm gonna start ending it up because Why You Are an Idiot didn't show up to give us a really bad take. Oh, hold up, there's a super chat from...
Yeah, he's the guy that said Pythagoras is a Satanist. That's the guy.
Okay.
He's like, if you look at my channel, Why You Are an Idiot, you'll see these giant stones that look like bodies across the earth. Because these pareidolias I see here, well, that means it's true. They're actual bodies. When they're making the frogs gay. They're making the frogs gay, you Satanist. Raw! No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I got a super chat from Citizen Golf for 15 New Zealand dollars, and he says, "I'm happy to shout you a pint. If you find yourself in Wellington, I'll even shout that. I'll even shout that in person." I don't often. You see, one of the problems is I don't often go up to the North Island. I generally stick around the South Island. I might try and go up to the North Island. Apparently Wellington is nice. I probably don't want to go to Auckland though. At least I've been told that I shouldn't go to Auckland. I might do one day. And Dora, I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name, so I just call her Dora. Doranku. I'm not sure. Says, I choose not to support you plan a walk, and yeah, that's fine. It says I'm originally from Christchurch. Yeah, I like Christchurch. I'm originally from Christchurch, but I've moved around the country a little bit. Maybe I might move around a bit more. I'm planning to. I'd like to this year, but you know, it comes down to if I can move out of this house. Generally, it comes down to, can I find a place that has rent as cheap as this place? And I can't find a place that has rent as cheap as this place for the time being.
I'm looking for a roommate if you need a place, man.
Anyway.
No, fuck.
That's it for the stream. As I said, Why You Are an Idiot didn't show up, and I'm actually kind of disappointed because I was hoping that he would give his really bad take. So, you know, maybe next time, you know? Anyway, leave a like and subscribe if you like the stream. Leave a comment letting me know about what sort of topics you want me to stream about in the future. I'm thinking of trying to, you know, come up with some interesting topics this year to discuss on streams, and it might go interestingly, it might go terrible, I don't know. But anyway, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching. Also, what should I play as a song? I'll play guitar this time. I think it's... Yeah, I've got it in drop D, so that's... I can't play as many... I can tune it up. There we go. I can play more songs now. Bye-bye.